Chapter 3487. Chapter 561. Zero Wings Value. Chapter 3487. Chapter 561. Zero Wings Value. Chapter 561. Zero Wings Value. Did Xia Qingying lose her mind? When everyone heard the words that came out of Xia Qingying's mouth, they couldn't help but doubt their ears. Is Vice President Xia crazy? Those are the Green God Corporation's distinguished guests we are talking about. Xiao Quan is even among them. How dare she do such a thing? A one-star mental strength grandmaster from the Green God Corporation mentally exclaimed as he stared at Xia Qingying with his mouth hanging wide open. Those invited to attend the talent fair this time were all distinguished powers operating in the various third-tier cities. These powers shared plenty of business transactions with the Green God Corporation, and they were even vital investors in some of the Green God Corporation's projects. Yet now Xia Qingying was reporting the representatives of these powers as uninvited troublemakers to the city's security force. Such behavior was no different than an act of war against all of these powers. What kind of relationship does that guy have with the vice president? Crap, I must have forgotten to wake up today. The other Green God Corporation members present were similarly confused by Xia Qingying's actions. They couldn't comprehend why she would try to offend the various powers and thoroughly sever any ties she had with Xiao Quan. Xiao Quan was the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. If he were to get kicked out of an event held within Silver Frost City, it would be a disgrace to the city. There was no way the city lord would ignore this slight, and the least he would do was drive the Green God Corporation out of the city. Who is this man? How did your cousin find such a helper, Radish? Jade River couldn't help but ask Silk Radish while her eyes stayed on Xia Qingying. It should be known that Xia Qingying was still enduring the humiliation brought to her by Xiao Quan and the various powers executives previously. Yet, because of Shifeng, she had chosen to sever all ties she had with these people. I have no idea, Silk Radish said with a look of surprise and shock. In their eyes, Xia Qingying was akin to a legend. This was also the case for all of the youths living in their homeworld's upper zones. After all, she was someone who succeeded in becoming a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation at such a young age. Yet now, this legendary individual had chosen to sever the ties she had with numerous powers in the greater world for a man they had never even heard of. She had even offended a second-tier city in the process of doing so. Xia Qingying's decision was simply incomprehensible. If the Green God Corporation's directors were to learn of this matter, Xia Qingying would absolutely lose her position as senior vice president. Numerous powers and Silver Frost City would also target her. Are you insane, Xia Qingying? Xiao Quan questioned Xia Qingying, his voice containing a mix of surprise and anger. You're going so far just for a 2-star limit grandmaster? Besides feeling anger, Xiao Quan also failed to comprehend Xia Qingying's behavior. The Green God Corporation held an extremely high status in Silver Frost City, and this status could only be matched by the ancient families and corporations with 3-star mental strength grandmasters. Yet now, Xia Qingying chose to abandon this status just for a 2-star limit grandmaster. Looking at Xiao Quan, Xia Qingying calmly said, "He is not just a 2-star limit grandmaster. He is also Zero Wing's acting guild leader." Zero Wing, the guild of the Lord of War Goddesses? Xiao Quan and the various powers executives promptly gasped upon hearing Xia Qingying's words. If it was any other guild in the greater god's domain, they would most likely be unfamiliar with it. However, Zero Wing had already become a name known by all throughout the Starlight continent. This was because almost everyone knew that the Sacred Glory List's 11th-ranked expert belonged to a guild called Zero Wing. Although most people were unfamiliar with a player named Black Flame, they knew the significance of the Sacred Glory List's 11th rank. It was enough to strike fear into the Starlight Realm's various powers. Not to mention, ever since Black Flame single-handedly repelled the joint army of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. Many upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the Starlight Realm had sought to partner with Zero Wing. He's Zero Wing's acting guild leader? Silk Radish and Jade River also gasped in surprise when they heard Xia Qingying's words. Zero Wing. This was the guild that all of the younger generation players from their world wished to join. Some people had even abandoned all of their progress on the main continent so that they could take Zero Wing's recruitment test in the miniature ancient world. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had stopped recruiting members from the real world. Otherwise, geniuses like them wouldn't have bothered participating in the Green God Corporation's audition. Instead, they would have gone to apply for Zero Wing. So what if you have latched onto Zero Wing? Don't forget that you have offended everyone present, Xia Qingying. At the end of the day, Zero Wing is only a guild with potential. It has no way of resolving your current problems. After recovering from his initial surprise, Xiao Quan sneered at Xia Qingying. Moreover, you have no idea who and what power you have just offended. Before Xiao Quan could continue speaking any further, the advanced enforcement robots had already removed him and the various powers executives from the arena. The arena they were in was reserved for the Green God Corporation's talent fair. As the event's host, Xia Qingying had absolute authority over the entire venue. Hence, even if Xiao Quan held advanced authority in the city, the advanced enforcement robots would prioritize Xia Qingying's commands over his. This was something not even the city lord could change. Meanwhile, after seeing Xiao Quan and the various powers executives removed from the arena, those remaining in the venue couldn't help but be shaken. At the same time, news of this situation quickly spread throughout Silverfrost City, shocking everyone in the city. Madness. This is madness. A major upheaval is going to happen in the city after today. I heard that the city lord has promptly contacted all of Silverfrost City's top-tier powers after learning of this matter. It seems he's planning to thoroughly expel the Green God Corporation from the city. Do you think Silverfrost City is the only one taking action? I heard that all of those third-tier powers involved this time have withdrawn their investments from the Green God Corporation. Xia Qingying is absolutely in deep trouble. I also heard those powers have secretly contacted the other powers of their respective cities, asking them to reject any talent from the Green God Corporation's homeworld. By the looks of things, they plan to thoroughly isolate the Green God Corporation and Zero Wing. Less than 10 minutes after Xiao Quan and the various powers executives were removed from the arena, information regarding Xia Qingying's actions had already spread to all corners of the city, inciting the astonishment of the various powers and families based in the city. Was it truly worth sacrificing so much just for an up-and-coming guild? Meanwhile, half an hour after Silverfrost City had announced its intentions to expel the Green God Corporation and Shurfeng from the city, news of this incident was displayed in the conference room of the Green God Corporation's main headquarters. Everyone give your opinions. What should we do about this? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3488. Chapter 562. Next stop, Zero Wing. Chapter 3488. Chapter 562. Next stop, Zero Wing. Chapter 562. Next stop, Zero Wing, Silverfrost City, Green God Corporation's branch headquarters. Following Silverfrost City's eviction order against the Green God Corporation, almost everyone in the city no longer dared to get close to the corporation's branch headquarters. Currently, the only people present in the branch headquarters were the corporation's members. You have terrible luck, Luosha. You just joined the Silverfrost Legion, yet you got kicked out before you could enjoy any of its benefits. A tanned woman with an attractive figure and beautiful appearance said as she looked at the suitcase-carrying girl beside her. With your talent, you could have definitely become a vice commander in the future. It's unfortunate that the ruthless city lord refuses to spare even newcomers like yourself. Isn't it even worse for you? Big Sis Fire Dance. June Luosha said, sighing as she looked at the tanned woman beside her. You have won multiple energy mines for the city, and you relied entirely on your own strength and achievements to become Silver Frost City's 5th vice commander. Yet, as soon as the city lord's eviction notice came out, the shameless commander told you to leave without hesitation. He has completely ignored the fact that it was thanks to your vote that he barely managed to become the Silver Frost Legion's commander and didn't even bother to plead with the city lord for some mercy for you. Hearing June Luosha's words, Fire Dance shook her head and nonchalantly said, It's nothing. If I didn't give my vote to him, Shao Quan would have become the commander. Had that happened, we would have been in a far more miserable situation. I guess that's true, June Luosha nodded. Shao Quan possessed considerable strength as he received the city lord's full support and guidance. Hence, he was qualified to become the Silver Frost Legion's commander. However, Shao Quan was very opinionated toward the Green God Corporation's members because Xia Qingying constantly rejected his feelings for her. Had he become the Silver Frost Legion's commander, all of the Green God Corporation's members in the Legion would have had difficulties getting by. As for the Green God Corporation's members' dismissal from the Silver Frost Legion this time, the City Lord's eviction order wasn't actually the main driving force. Had the City Lord been the only party to desire this outcome, the removal of the Green God Corporation's members would have never happened. The only reason it happened was because many parties wished for it. After all, the City Legion had limited membership slots. Once these limited slots were filled, nobody could join the Legion unless someone from the Legion left. What plans do you have for the future? Fire Dance asked June Luosha. We can't stay in Silver Frost City any longer. But with our history of being part of the Silver Frost Legion, it shouldn't be too difficult for us to get into the City Legion of other second-tier cities. I don't plan to join any other second-tier city's Legion, June Luosha said. Then a smile suddenly appeared on her face as she continued. Actually, even if I weren't kicked out this time, I would have still left sooner or later. You were planning to leave all this time? Her curiosity piqued. Fire Dance asked. Did you find a place offering better benefits? Naturally. It's easily 1,000 times better than the Silver Frost Legion, June Luosha stated confidently. Why don't you come with me? Big Sis Fire Dance. Which place are you talking about? Fire Dance asked after giving the offer some thought. Could it be the Legion of a first-tier city? No. June Luosha answered, smiling when she saw the confused look on Fire Dance's face. It's a place that you've heard about recently. Are you talking about Zero Wing? Fire Dance was exasperated. Have you forgotten who's responsible for me losing my vice commander position? It's merely the vice commander position of a second-tier city, June Luosha said disdainfully. Zero Wing is vastly stronger than any second-tier city, and it easily outmatches the Silver Frost Legion. Keep boasting, Fire Dance said, rolling her eyes at June Luosha's claim. She felt that June Lusoha was simply being stubborn. The Silver Frost Legion was a second-tier city legion, and it was a gathering place for numerous geniuses and paragons. Many upper-ranking hegemonic powers paragons were even members of the Legion. This was why competition for the Silver Frost Legion's membership was extraordinarily intense. Zero Wing might have been able to suppress 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world, but Black Flame was the sole contributor to that accomplishment. In reality, Zero Wing couldn't even be put on the same level as the Silver Frost Legion, which housed the paragons of many upper-ranking hegemonic powers. So, saying that Zero Wing outmatched the Silver Frost Legion was simply nonsense. After all, no matter how powerful Black Flame was, could he kill hundreds of paragons in a simulated battle all by himself? Wouldn't you know whether I'm telling the truth if you make a trip to Star Lake City with me? Big Sis Fire Dance. June Luosha said, grinning when she saw the doubt on Fire Dance's face. If it were before she had entered the Eternal Realm, she would have similarly thought that the Silver Frost Legion was an excellent place to develop herself in. However, her thoughts changed after she entered the Eternal Realm. Members of a second-tier city's legion? Paragons of upper-ranking hegemonic powers? Geniuses of the Starlight Realm? None of these statuses were worth anything in the Eternal Realm. Even the strongest paragon of an entire realm would become insignificant once they entered the Eternal Realm. Any random player one encountered in the current Eternal Realm would be a fourth-floor expert at the very least, while titled experts in the greater god's domain couldn't even be considered an expert there. It should be known that fifth-floor experts were extremely rare in the Starlight Realm, yet this was only the baseline standard to be considered an expert in the Eternal Realm. Moreover, experts of such caliber could be seen everywhere in the underground Crystal Palace. During her time in the underground Crystal Palace, she even had the opportunity to watch saints in battle. Saints. Every saint stood at the apex of their respective realms, and opportunities to watch saints in action were exceedingly rare. Yet, she had witnessed no less than 20 such fights in the underground Crystal Palace. Not to mention, there were even Golden Masters present in the team she belonged to. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that, even without Black Flame, the current Zero Wing could eradicate the Silver Frost Legion with only a couple of members. Fine, I'll go with you, Fire Dance said, thinking that she might as well take a look at Zero Wing since she had nothing better to do. But let me say this in advance. I will leave without hesitation if Zero Wing doesn't turn out as great as you say. No problem. Jun Luosha smiled and nodded. Fire Dance was a battle maniac, so Jun Luosha highly doubted Fire Dance would be willing to leave Zero Wing once she joined it. After all, the current Zero Wing was simply terrifying. It should be known the current Silver Frost Legion only had one fifth-floor expert at its command, whereas Zero Wing had over 100. Moreover, this number was rapidly increasing over time. Green God Corporation's branch headquarters top-floor lounge. I'm sorry for the embarrassing sight I've shown you this time, Guild Leader Shifeng, Xia Qingying awkwardly said after looking at the city Lord's ultimatum. Originally, she had invited Zero Wing to the talent fair, hoping that Zero Wing could recruit some of their homeworld's geniuses. However, she never thought the talent fair would experience such an unexpected development. The Green God Corporation was even informed to return all of its properties in Silver Frost City and vacate all of its members from the city in 3 days or face the consequences. You don't have to say that, Miss Xia, Shifeng said while looking out the window and sweeping his gaze across Silver Frost City. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have probably been kicked out of the city by now. You are too humble, Guild Leader Xia Qingying said, shaking her head. With your strength, I believe it wouldn't be challenging for you to shake off those advanced enforcement robots. Moreover, with Zero Wing's potential, I would probably be plagued by regret for the rest of my life had I chosen to stay silent in that situation. Rank 11th on the Sacred Glory list? Only she knew how much this ranking underplayed Zero Wing's potential. At this time, Shifeng retracted his gaze from the view outside the window and asked, Miss Xia, are you interested in Silver Frost City? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3489. Chapter 563. Third Method. Chapter 3489. Chapter 563. Third Method. Chapter 563. Third Method. Am I interested in Silver Frost City? Xia Qingying looked at Shifeng in confusion. May I know what you mean by that, Guild Leader Shifeng? It had already been over 4 centuries since Silver Frost City ruled over this region as a second-tier city, and the city's city lord position had never changed hands. It was also because of this city lord that Silver Frost City could protect its rank for over 4 centuries. Meanwhile, the number of upper-ranking hegemonic powers based in the city continuously increased throughout these first centuries. By now, there were at least 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers rooted here. Because of this, Silver Frost City was above average compared to the several neighboring second-tier cities. It wasn't an existence that could be shaken by just 1 or 2 upper-ranking hegemonic powers. This would remain the case even if the Green God Corporation were included in the mix. Not to mention, Silver Frost City Lord was only half a step away from entering the realm above Grandmasters. So long as he succeeded, even the conglomerates operating on the Starlight continent would have to show him a certain degree of respect. There are 3 ways to take over a city in the greater world, Shifeng stated as he looked Xia Qingying in the eye. The first method is to have a 3-star Grandmaster contest for the position of City Lord. The second method is to take control of the city's City Legion in its entirety. That way, you can decide the city's fate with a thought. As for the third method, it is to set a bounty. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, Xia Qingying grew even more puzzled. Set a bounty? The first method mentioned was the most commonly used means of taking over a mobile city. It was especially popular among the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers. Typically, if an upper-ranking hegemonic power fancied a particular second-tier city, it would establish a base of operations there before having its own 3-star mental strength Grandmaster compete for the City Lord position. If the 3-star Grandmaster managed to gain the approval of half of the city's residents, the position would change owners. For this method, the chosen 3-star Grandmaster needed to be strong enough. At the very least, they would need to be as strong as the current City Lord. Otherwise, they would have difficulty gaining the citizens' approval. After all, only a powerful City Lord could ensure the city's safety. As for the second method, the chances of achieving success with it were much lower. A City Legion generally recruited members from all over the place. Hence, it was almost impossible for a single power to monopolize all of a City Legion slots. Normally, this method would only be used by pseudo-apex powers in a hurry to expand their territory. Meanwhile, the way they would go about doing so was by having a large number of their talents join the targeted city's City Legion, outcompete the Legion's other members, and deprive the competition of resources. However, this method would only rarely be used. As for the third method Shifeng mentioned, this was the first time Xia Qingying had heard about it. Seeing Xia Qingying's confused look, Shifeng chuckled and explained, "This method has only been successfully employed a handful of times throughout the greater world's history, so it's not surprising that you don't know about it, Miss Xia. By setting a bounty, I mean placing a bounty in the greater God's domain on every member of the targeted city's City Legion and forcing them to leave the City Legion." In reality, Shifeng only knew of 2 instances where the third method had been used, and both happened during his previous life. The first instance happened when Demon's Gate placed a bounty on Zero Wing, while the second instance happened when Zero Wing placed a bounty on Demon's Gate. These 2 bounties had shaken the entire greater God's domain when they occurred. Now he planned to initiate a third instance, letting Silver Frost City know the price of targeting his friends and allies. This would also be a warning to any city that dared to think of supporting Demon's Gate, the mastermind behind this whole affair. Should any city dare to support Demon's Gate in messing with him in the future, he would have the whole city disappear from the greater world. That's simply unfeasible. Xia Qingying was surprised by Shifeng's explanation. The cost of doing so is completely disproportionate to the rewards. Moreover, who can possibly afford such an undertaking? We're talking about placing a bounty on all of the powers involved in the City Legion. It is doable, Shifeng stated confidently. So long as we cast a sufficiently tempting bait, someone will take on the task. Bait? Xia Qingying felt a little confused. Are you going to use a divine artifact as bait? What kind of bait would be tempting enough to get players and powers to go up against 5 upper-ranking hegemonic powers simultaneously? A divine artifact? Even a divine artifact would most likely be insufficient as bait. 2 divine artifacts would be needed, at the very least. However, only a lunatic would probably use 2 divine artifacts or more to take over a second-tier city. Not to mention, if Zero Wing revealed that it had 2 or more divine artifacts in its possession, everyone would probably decide that it would be easier to rob Zero Wing instead. That won't be necessary. Shifeng shook his head. There is a simpler solution, and it is even something you are best at. Something I'm best at. Xia Qingying was thoroughly confused at this point. She was not proficient at constructing divine artifacts. She couldn't even construct fragmented divine artifacts. Divine patterns. Smiling, Shifeng said, "You should have heard of them before, right, Miss Xia?" "You mean that lost art?" Nodding, Xia Qingying said, "I know about it. According to legends, divine patterns can strengthen items, raising their basic attributes by close to 1 rank. However, the art has disappeared from the greater god's domain ever since the mythical era's ancient divine war, and only scarce remnants of divine patterns remain. Although various powers have tried researching it, nobody has achieved any noteworthy results thus far. Could you have found remnant records of divine patterns, Guild Leader Shifeng?" Divine patterns were indeed highly sought after in the greater god's domain, their attractiveness no less than that of secret treasures. After all, the items produced by players generally had similar basic attributes, so long as they were of the same quality. If players could increase the basic attributes of a piece of equipment, even if only by 1%, they would gain an extra 10% in basic attributes, or more if they could do so for all of their weapons and equipment. This would give them a significant advantage over other players with the same weapons and equipment quality. "No, I don't have any remnant records of divine patterns," Shifeng said, shaking his head. Then he tapped on the quantum watch on his hand, summoning a holographic projection of the basic divine pattern he had previously created, saying, "I have obtained a complete divine engraver legacy." As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, the lounge became incredibly quiet as Xia Qingying looked at Shifeng as if he was joking with her. It wasn't just a remnant record. It wasn't just a complete record, either. It wasn't even multiple complete records of divine patterns. Instead, it was a complete divine engraver legacy. If Shifeng wasn't fooling her, then she must be dreaming. It should be known that becoming an official divine engraver would allow one to strengthen fragmented legendary items, letting them receive a qualitative improvement. If a player were fully equipped with fragmented legendary items strengthened by a divine engraver, the additional basic attributes they could obtain would be equivalent to the basic attributes of a legendary weapon. Even in the current greater god's domain, legendary weapons remained so rare that upper-ranking hegemonic powers could only afford to lend them to their peerless paragons. However, it was a different story for fragmented legendary items. Even ordinary hegemonic powers used full sets of fragmented legendary items as standard equipment for their paragons. If Shifeng was telling the truth, what he had in his hand could rewrite the history of the greater god's domain. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3490. Chapter 564, Frightening Wealth. Chapter 3490. Chapter 564, Frightening Wealth. Chapter 564, Frightening Wealth. Are you sure you aren't joking with me, Guild Leader Shifeng? Xia Qingying couldn't help but ask when she saw the basic divine pattern displayed above Shifeng's watch. Silver Frost City is just a second-tier city. I doubt anybody would believe you would share the complete divine engraver legacy with them just to deal with Silver Frost City. The divine engraver subclass had long become extinct in the greater god's domain. Although there were some players capable of creating divine patterns, they could only create a couple of incomplete varieties, and they weren't actually recognized as divine engravers. Even so, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers still highly sought these faux divine engravers. If a true divine engraver appeared in such a situation, even the various apex powers would probably have difficulties sitting still. Not to mention, they were talking about a legacy capable of mass-producing divine engravers here. So long as Sherfong gave the word, he could easily get his hands on even a first-tier mobile city, let alone a second-tier mobile city like Silver Frost City. Meanwhile, all Sherfong needed to do was give his helpers one opportunity to learn the divine engraver legacy. Yet now, Sherfong intended to share the complete divine engraver legacy with her, just so she could take control of Silver Frost City. If Silver Frost City's city lord were to learn of this, he would probably have a heart attack. This was bullying of the highest order. "You have misunderstood Miss Xia," Sherfong said, chuckling when he saw the shocked look on Xia Qingying's face. "If we are only talking about Silver Frost City, it naturally wouldn't be worthwhile for me to take out the divine engraver legacy. My goal is to establish a partnership with you, Miss Xia. Taking control of Silver Frost City is only the first step of this partnership. The divine engraver legacy recorded in the Book of Eternity was no trivial matter. Even if he revealed only a small portion of it, it would be enough to cause an uproar throughout the entire greater God's domain. If it were only to get payback for Xia Qingying, Sherfong wouldn't need to share the divine engraver legacy. Establish a partnership with me?" Xia Qingying blinked her eyes in confusion, her mind having difficulties processing Sherfeng's words. She was only one of the Green God Corporation's senior vice presidents. Even though she had previously shown strong support for Sherfong, that was only because she deemed Zero Wing to have great potential. Even if Sherfong sought to repay her gesture, she highly doubted he would use the divine engraver legacy to establish a partnership with her. After all, that was something incredibly tempting, even to the various apex powers. As an advanced member of the Eternal Chamber of Commerce, your connections vastly surpass the average corporation, Miss Xia. The Green God Corporation is also established in quite a number of mobile cities, Sherfong calmly explained. "I'm sure you don't need me to tell you how precious the divine engraver legacy is. If information about it were to leak, it would result in a calamity of epic proportions for Zero Wing. Zero Wing is currently looking to nurture a large batch of divine engravers, but it is rather difficult for players to become one. If we wish to conduct this large-scale operation in secret, we will require your help to select a group of trustworthy talents from the various mobile cities. In exchange for your help, we can give you 10% of all profits generated by the divine engravers you recruit. What do you think?" The cultivation of divine engravers was a challenging task. Not only did it require a large amount of resources, but it also required talent. If Zero Wing were to openly recruit lifestyle players, the guild would cease to exist in both the greater God's domain and the greater world before it could even finish nurturing its first batch of divine engravers. Hence, this cultivation process must be conducted secretly. Meanwhile, by having Xia Qingying help in the recruitment process, not only could Zero Wing recruit more talents, but it would also ensure the secrecy of the entire operation. In addition, Xia Qingying could also handle the sale of the divine patterns produced later on using her connections with the Eternal Chamber of Commerce. Out of everyone Sherfong knew, Xia Qingying was the best partner candidate he could think of at present. Furthermore, Silver Frost City had a large population, ranking near the top among the surrounding second-tier cities. The region it occupied was even home to the Frost Spring, which produced water capable of clearing and calming the dringer's mind. During Sherfeng's previous life, many lifestyle players migrated to Silver Frost City because of the Frost Spring, as drinking the spring's water helped with their research and growth both inside and outside God's domain. One could say that Silver Frost City was the most suitable mobile city for developing lifestyle players. "You seem to have a lot of trust in me, Guild Leader Sherfong. Are you not worried I will leak this astonishing information?" Xia Qingying asked, a playful smile appearing as she scrutinized the man before her. You might be in for heavy losses should that happen. I believe you aren't that foolish, Miss Xia, Shifeng calmly said with a smile. All right then. I admit I am very tempted. When Xia Qingying failed to see any changes in Shifeng's expression, she helplessly sighed and asked, How many people do you want to recruit for the starting batch? 1,000? 2,000? The future prospects of the Divine Engraver subclass were limitless, and there was no lack of demand for the divine patterns they produced. If they capitalized on the Divine Engraver legacy properly, even 1% of the generated profits would exceed the total income of any conglomerate, let alone 10%. At this point, Xia Qingying couldn't help but be grateful to Shao Quan and Silver Frost City's city lord. If not for them, she would have never received such an opportunity. We'll start by recruiting 10,000 people first, Shifeng said after giving the matter some thought. I will hand you the basic divine pattern designs as soon as possible. So long as players successfully learned how to create a divine pattern, they could produce as many designs for it as they wanted. Previously, he had already become an apprentice divine engraver, so he would have no difficulties producing basic divine pattern designs. As for letting others learn using the Book of Eternity, he dared not do such a thing. It might be easier for players to become a divine engraver if they learned through the Book of Eternity, but each learning attempt using it cost 1 god crystal. It simply wasn't a cost the average power could afford. Not to mention, the Book of Eternity didn't only contain the knowledge necessary to start on the path of a divine engraver. Instead, it contained a complete divine engraver legacy that could potentially help players develop into a famed craftsman or even a divine craftsman. He naturally wouldn't let others gain access to such a precious legacy. For this reason, he decided to recruit 10,000 individuals to nurture in the first batch. Without the Book of Eternity's assistance, players would face much greater difficulty learning to become a divine engraver. With such circumstances, the difficulty of grasping a basic divine pattern would be no different than becoming a master magician, and their chances of becoming a divine engraver were probably 1% or less. In other words, if they recruited 10,000 talents to nurture, at most, 100 of them would become apprentice divine engravers capable of producing basic divine patterns that could be used to strengthen epic weapons and equipment. And as it was even more challenging to graduate from being an apprentice divine engraver, out of these 100 apprentice divine engravers, it would be fortunate if even 3 to 5 of them could become an official divine engraver. Meanwhile, 3 to 5 divine engravers were barely enough to execute his plan. 10,000. Xia Qingying's mouth twitched when she heard Shifeng's answer. Do you know how much it would cost to recruit so many players, Guild Leader Shifeng? Aside from material expenses, we will also have to cover their salaries, which will vary depending on the confidentiality agreement we sign with them. If we go by the highest level confidentiality agreement, we will need to pay every person at least 10,000 star coins a month. Should any of them succeed in becoming an apprentice divine engraver or divine engraver, we will have to further increase their benefits. Not to mention, we will also have to pay for the contribution points needed for them to remain in a mobile city. And if we are going to recruit 10,000 people, we will have to split them across several dozen cities. Every city's contribution points are independent of each other. If we were to purchase contribution points on such a large scale, even if we have everyone stay in only third-tier cities, it would still be a significant expenditure. After adding everything together, we'll have to spend a minimum of 500 million star coins a month. Are you sure you want to recruit so many people? A monthly expenditure of 500 million star coins was a huge burden even to the Green God Corporation. This was why few corporations could afford to nurture their members in mobile cities on a large scale. Not to mention, Zero Wing was only a guild that had recently set foot into the greater world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3491. Chapter 565, Guild Ranking. Chapter 3491. Chapter 565, Guild Ranking. Chapter 565, Guild Ranking. Zero Wing doesn't have that many star coins at present, Shifeng said with a hint of embarrassment. However, he wasn't surprised by the expected cost of recruiting 10,000 people. Can I pay with eternal coins? He had already invested most of his funds into acquiring a large training center in Star Lake City, and he only had a few dozen million star coins left. He would be virtually broke once he bought the needed life potions for the guild's internal members. Eternal coins. Nodding, Xia Qingying said, "That's fine. But if you wish to get a good price in the current market, you will need to provide a substantial amount. Roughly, how many can you come up with?" She was aware that Zero Wing had made a lot of eternal coins through the sale of the earth and magic flowers previously. While Zero Wing must have spent most of its earnings already by now, considering the Eternal Realm's high cost of living, if Zero Wing still had 200 or 300 eternal coins remaining, they could begin their recruitment plans officially. "I can take out 1,000 gold for the time being," Shifeng stated. After deducting the expenses for purchasing the guild residence and hiring high-tier NPCs, he had a little over 1,200 eternal gold left in his pockets. But he felt he should save 200 eternal gold as a precaution after considering the guild's daily operations. "You can take out 1,000 gold right now." Xia Qingying was dumbfounded by Shifeng's answer. As far as she knew, the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers operating in the current Eternal Realm had, at most, 600 eternal gold available on hand. Moreover, these were the wealthier upper-ranking hegemonic powers. The average upper-ranking hegemonic power would only have around 300 eternal gold to spare. After all, players would frequently enter combat out in the current Eternal Realm. Moreover, the various powers needed to purchase secret treasures for their core experts. As a result, they could only afford to retain a limited amount of liquid assets. On the current market, so long as players could sell eternal gold in batches of 200 or 300 coins, they could sell each eternal gold for 1 million star coins. In other words, 1,000 eternal gold would amount to 1 billion star coins. In terms of liquid assets, Zero Wing was even wealthier than the Green God Corporation. "If it's not enough, I can gather another 3,000 gold if you give me a few more days," Shifeng said. He had already doubled the pricing for the second batch of the secret crystal trading firm's membership slots. He was also making about 400 to 500 eternal gold from commissions every day. So he would have no difficulties gathering 3,000 eternal gold in 3 days. "You can gather another 3,000. Xia Qingying started to feel a little overwhelmed. 4,000 eternal gold. That was 4 billion star coins they were talking about. Not to mention, even with 4 billion star coins, one wouldn't necessarily be able to purchase 4,000 eternal gold. After all, secret treasures had already appeared on the market, and the various players and powers were frantically raising funds to purchase them. So, very few players and powers were willing to sell their eternal coins. In the current Eternal Realm, only Apex powers could probably take out so many eternal coins at a time. Is it still not enough? Shifeng was a little astonished when he saw Xia Qingying's expression. Although he didn't know the current market value of eternal coins, he felt that 4,000 eternal gold should be worth 500 million star coins at the very least. "Enough. It's definitely enough," Xia Qingying said excitedly after snapping out of her daze. "If Zero Wing can take out 4,000 eternal gold, I have a huge deal that can not only let Zero Wing earn a large sum of star coins, but also 10 drops of Stardew." 10 drops of Stardew? Shifeng's heart stirred when he heard these words. Stardew was an exceedingly precious resource in the greater world, and it was one of the few treasures that could assist the growth of mental strength grandmasters. Although the various third-tier cities allowed the members of their respective city legions to exchange Stardew at the price of 1 million contribution points per drop, members were only limited to 1 drop every 3 to 5 years. This was also why many experts would migrate to higher-ranked mobile cities when given the opportunity. In second-tier cities, Legion members were allowed to exchange 1 drop of Stardew per year. That was a vastly better privilege than what third-tier cities provided. If he could get his hands on 10 drops of Stardew, he could progress to the 2-star Grandmaster standard within a short time, and Zero Wing could also produce several additional mental strength Grandmasters. This would greatly help Zero Wing's future development in the greater world. Guilds in the greater world couldn't expand simply because they wanted to. It was especially so if they sought to establish branches in the various mobile cities. Before a guild could expand, it would have to get its rank evaluated by the Gods Domain Association. Going by the Gods Domain Association standards, guilds with fewer than 10 mental strength Grandmasters or no 3-star Grandmasters or above would be deemed as Class 3, and they would only be allowed to develop in third-tier cities. Moreover, they could only set up bases in a maximum of 3 cities. If a guild wished to expand its territory beyond this limit, it must be recognized as a Class 2 guild first. To reach Class 2, a guild would need at least 10 mental strength Grandmasters and 1 2-star Grandmaster or above. And once a guild reached Class 2, it could set up bases in a limited number of second-tier cities and an unlimited number of third-tier cities. As for reaching Class 1, a guild would need to have 5 3-star Grandmasters under its command. It would also need to have at least 500 mental strength Grandmasters. Only then would it be qualified to expand into first-tier cities. Currently, Shifeng was the only mental strength Grandmaster in Zero Wing, while Gentle Snow and the others were still 3-star masters. So, even if there was an opportunity to expand into a second-tier city right before their eyes, there would be nothing they could do. While there was the option of defying the Gods Domain Association's arrangement, that was something Shifeng dared not do. In fact, even the various Apex powers wouldn't dare to do such a thing. This was because nobody would dare to doubt the strength of an organization that spanned across every town and city in the greater world. Anyway, if he could get his hands on 10 drops of Stardew, with the growth potential of Zero Wing's members, Zero Wing could become a Class 2 guild within a short period. At that time, Zero Wing could expand into a second-tier city and recruit even more talents. It could also purchase training sources from the Gods Domain Association that weren't normally available to Class 3 guilds. 3 days! I will get 4,000 gold for you in 3 days, Shifeng confidently said as he looked at Xia Qingying. 3 days shouldn't be a problem, Xia Qingying said, nodding. I can use this time to prepare for the personnel recruitment. I will give you an address within the Eternal Realm 3 days later. At that time, you just need to head over there to transfer the coins to me. I will have to trouble you with that then, Miss Xia, Shifeng said, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. If he missed this opportunity to obtain the 10 drops of Stardew, he would probably have to wait until the first batch of divine engravers appeared before he would get another opportunity to obtain so much Stardew. Moreover, he would put himself at great risk of exposure. Following this, Shifeng began discussing the details of recruiting personnel from the various cities with Xia Qingying, ensuring they handled everything with absolute secrecy. Before Zero Wing became fully developed, he absolutely couldn't afford to let others know that Zero Wing could cultivate divine engravers. Otherwise, it would be the end of the road for Zero Wing. 2 hours after Shifeng and Xia Qingying concluded their discussions, several advanced levitating cars parked outside of the Green God Corporation's branch headquarters in Silver Frost City. Then, bodyguards in suits stepped out of the cars one after another, each wearing the emblem specially assigned to the bodyguards working at the Green God Corporation's main headquarters. Every one of these bodyguards also radiated the aura of a 2-star Grandmaster. Once all of these bodyguards stepped out of the levitating cars, a white-robed old man stepped out of the car parked in the middle. When the various powers' mental strength grandmasters secretly observing this group, from afar felt this old man's presence, they couldn't help but gasp. A 3-star grandmaster. The big shot from the Green God Corporation's Black Ops came in person. Xia Qingying is doomed this time. A corporation will never deploy its Black Ops unless it's for a critical situation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3492. Chapter 566. Crazed Green God Corporation. Chapter 3492. Chapter 566. Crazed Green God Corporation. Chapter 566. Crazed Green God Corporation, Silver Frost City. City Lord's Manor. The City Lord's Manor was situated on a floating island hovering 3,000 meters above Silver Frost City. Currently, Xiao Quan stood atop the stadium-sized manor's rooftop, inhaling the singular energy surrounding him as he gazed over the city. After taking a few rhythmic breaths of the singular energy that was several times denser than what was available in the city, Xiao Quan took off his coat and jumped into the rooftop swimming pool. The swimming pool was filled with frost water, and Xiao Quan's mind experienced unprecedented clarity when he meditated in it. After soaking for more than 10 minutes, Xiao Quan suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, his aura underwent a qualitative transformation, and his tall figure started to shrink a little. If before he was a mighty tiger, now he was only a nimble leopard. When Xiao Quan's transformation concluded, a young woman in her 20s approached him. The woman had an attractive face and devilish figure, and she wore a light blue skirt highlighting her long legs. Congratulations on becoming a 2-star Limit Grandmaster, Vice Commander Xiao Quan. With this, it will be time for Commander Nangong to step down from his position, the woman said with a playful smile. She looked at Xiao Quan as if she were looking at a toy, her face lacking any traces of reverence or respect for the young master of Silver Frost City. "How rare of you to visit me, Tsang Sha," Xiao Quan said as he looked at the devilish woman, a hint of indifference in his voice. "Could she have more instructions for me? Her Highness is very busy. It is already rare that she would have me contact you even once. How could she possibly have the time to care about the trivial matters here?" The devilish woman named Tsang Sha said, laughing. "I am only here to inform you that that person from the Green God Corporation's Black Ops has arrived. Isn't that to be expected?" Xiao Quan nonchalantly responded. The Green God Corporation is currently on the brink of being purged from Silver Frost City, and many of its partners from the various third-tier cities have already announced the withdrawal of their investments. If the Green God Corporation's main headquarters still remains silent, do you think it can still keep its branch in Silver Frost City? Because of Xia Qingying's stunt during the talent fair, the Green God Corporation offended not only many of its partnered powers, but also Silver Frost City Lord. If the corporation didn't do anything about Xia Qingying, there would be no end to this matter. However, as Xia Qingying was a senior vice president of the Green God Corporation, not just anyone could be sent to deal with her. Only the corporation's Black Ops, which operated directly under the Green God Corporation's chairman, would be qualified to do so. Or are you here to tell me that the Green God Corporation is looking to negotiate with me? Xiao Quan suddenly chuckled. If they want to negotiate, sure. Have Xia Qingying kneel in front of my door for a day and bring me that sure phone. If they can do that, I might just reconsider. The Green God Corporation was only a second-rate corporation in the greater world. It wasn't even qualified to expand into a first-tier city. In fact, it was entirely due to a stroke of luck that it even managed to expand into Silver Frost City in the first place. If the Green God Corporation were to be removed from Silver Frost City, its status and influence in the greater world would take a huge hit. At that time, it might even risk losing its branch headquarters in other second-tier cities. After all, competition within second-tier cities was incredibly intense. Should any party show even a moment of weakness, the other powers in the city would definitely capitalize on the situation and gang up on it. No, that's not the case, Sangsha said, shaking her head. Then she playfully grinned and continued. Less than 10 minutes after the VIP arrived, he left the Green God Corporation's building without expressing anything. Xia Qingying is still sitting in the position of senior vice president as we speak. What? Sangsha's revelation stunned Xiao Quan. A corporation would only ever mobilize its black ops during critical times. Not to mention, the Green God Corporation had gone as far as to mobilize that 3-star Grandmaster this time. Even his father would have to treat that person as an equal. So, it wouldn't even be surprising if that person crippled Xia Qingying on the spot. Yet, he was now being told that Xia Qingying had suffered no consequences for her actions. Seeing the shock on Xiao Quan's face, Sangsha's smile widened as she continued. Oh, the Green God Corporation also announced that it would not withdraw from Silver Frost City. On the contrary, the Green God Corporation has stated that if you and the various powers executives do not apologize to Guild Leader Sherfong, it will cease all transactions with Silver Frost City and the various powers. Have the people at Green God Corporation lost their minds? Xiao Quan burst into a peal of angry laughter. They want me to apologize, and they want to cut off all transactions with Silver Frost City? I want to see just who will be the first to surrender. Silver Frost City controlled all trades within the region it occupied. Once Silver Frost City announced the termination of trade with a particular power, none of the mobile towns and cities within the region would dare to continue doing trade with said power. At that time, nobody would even dare approach the Green God Corporation's building, let alone assist its development in Silver Frost City. Anyway, that's all I have to say about the Green God Corporation. Suddenly, Sangsha spoke in a serious tone. Don't forget Her Highness's task. If you fail to complete it, I will take over for you. Don't say I never reminded you. You only have this one chance. Your concerns are unnecessary, Xiao Quan coldly said. Since that bastard dares to ruin my plans, I will make him regret ever setting foot into Silver Frost City. I will even make Star Lake City's city lord kick him out. Star Lake City was one of the third-tier cities operating within Silver Frost City's territory. So long as he gave the word, he could immediately have 10 or more third-tier cities initiate a simulation war with Star Lake City. Would Star Lake City dare face 10 third-tier cities? So long as Star Lake City dared to do so, it would immediately be cut off from its energy resources. Star Lake City Lord would never take such a risk unless he were a fool. Meanwhile, on a large supersonic passenger plane departing Silver Frost City, the plane that could normally accommodate hundreds of passengers was currently occupied by only several dozen people from the Green God Corporation. As a result, the plane's interior felt quite empty. Elder Xinwu, didn't you have something important to discuss with Miss Xia? A beautiful and intellectual woman asked as she looked at the white-robed old man beside her. Why would you suddenly drag a pitiful alchemist like me out all of a sudden? Did I do something wrong? Also, this isn't the way to the main headquarters. Can you stop teasing this old man, little girl? You are our world's only great Grandmaster Alchemist, so why do you still behave like a child? Xinwu said as he rolled his eyes at the woman. As for where we're headed, it isn't the main headquarters, but I assure you it is somewhere nice. Somewhere nice? Where are we going? The woman asked, her curiosity piqued. Star Lake City, Xinwu said, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Star Lake City? The woman tried to recall the names of the various cities of this region. Then she asked in confusion, Isn't that a third-tier city? Moreover, isn't that the city where Zero Wing is based? Why are you taking me there? Yes, that is the city where Zero Wing is based. As for why we are headed there, Xinwu nodded. On behalf of the Green God Corporation, I ask that you join Zero Wing, Silent Wonder. You want me to join Zero Wing? Are you joking with me, Elder Shinwu? Silent Wonder couldn't help but look at the old man next to her as if the other party had gone senile. It should be known that the Green God Corporation had originally arranged for her to join the Galaxy conglomerate. She had only been staying in Silver Frost City because the conglomerate had a recruitment point set up there, and she was waiting for the conglomerate to start recruitment. I am not joking, and neither have I gone senile, Shinwu said, his gaze turning solemn as he recalled the item Xia Qingying had previously shown him in private. Even as a 3-star mental strength grandmaster, seeing that item for the first time still gave him goosebumps. This is, without a doubt, the best path for you. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3493. Chapter 567. Surpassing the Apex. Chapter 3493. Chapter 567. Surpassing the Apex. Chapter 567. Surpassing the Apex Greater World. Star Lake City. After Shifeng concluded his discussions with Xia Qingying, he traveled by plane to Star Lake City with Silk Radish and Jade River. When they arrived outside the Zero Wing Training Center, the two girls couldn't help but be shocked by the long line of people waiting outside the entrance. Paragons. At this time, the geniuses and paragons that the Green God Corporation had painstakingly nurtured in Silver Frost City were gathered outside the Zero Wing Training Center, each waiting for their turn to take Zero Wing's recruitment test. Even Pace Angel and Clayblade, who were tasked with managing the training center, were dumbfounded by this situation. Many of these geniuses and paragons were either members of the Silver Frost Legion or those looking to join the Silver Frost Legion previously. So, the average talent and strength of these individuals were significantly greater than the Star Lake Legion's members. Moreover, one of the Silver Frost Legion's vice commanders was even among these people. This was the vice commander of a second-tier city legion they were talking about. Normally, if such a big shot were to join a third-tier city, the city would give them the position of reserve commander without hesitation. Yet, such an individual had come to join Zero Wing. This situation shocked not only Pace Angel and Clayblade, but also the Star Lake Legion's members and the various powers secretly observing Zero Wing. Fire Dance. Isn't she the Silver Frost Legion's 5th vice commander? Purple Jade had difficulties keeping her mouth closed when she saw a familiar figure waiting in line outside the Zero Wing Training Center. Why is she here in Star Lake City? When the Green God Corporation had previously decided to select a group of experts to enter the greater world ahead of time, it had gone out of its way to ask Fire Dance, who was serving as a vice commander in Silver Frost City Legion, to make a trip back to their homeworld. The corporation had done so to let the chosen candidates, Purple Jade included, know the gap in strength between their homeworld's experts and the greater world's experts. Although Fire Dance was only a Tier 5 assassin at the time, when the chosen candidates fought her in simulation warfare, none managed to last more than 3 moves against her. Indeed, even though all of the chosen candidates were Tier 6 God-ranked experts, none managed to last more than 3 moves against Fire Dance. Their performance at the time was nothing but a joke, and their perception of the greater world's experts was completely refreshed. Although they had already entered the greater world and joined the Star Lake City for some time, they still didn't think they could last more than 3 moves against Fire Dance. Yet, now, such a monster had come to join Zero Wing. Meanwhile, standing next to the secret pavilion's Purple Jade, the Witch of the West Alice, who was good friends with Purple Jade, was also in shock. However, her shock stemmed from a different reason, or, more specifically, a different person. The person in question was a beautiful woman without a mighty aura. Instead, her appearance radiated intelligence and elegance, and it was obvious she wasn't an expert player at first glance. Even so, Alice couldn't help but rub her eyes when she saw this woman. Great Grandmaster Alchemist Silent Wonder. Why is she joining Zero Wing as well? Confusion colored Alice's golden eyes when she saw Silent Wonder waiting in line outside the Zero Wing Training Center. Didn't that guy only leave for a short while? What in the world did he do? When Silent Wonder was still only a Grandmaster Alchemist, the 5 great super guilds had already frantically tried to recruit her. Ultimately, though, Silent Wonder joined the Green God Corporation after the latter extended an olive branch to her. Now that Silent Wonder had already become a great Grandmaster Alchemist, she could be regarded as a prominent figure even in the greater God's domain, and the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers would be more than willing to extend an olive branch to her. All Silent Wonder needed to do was take her pick. Yet, rather than join an upper-ranking hegemonic power, Silent Wonder was now joining Zero Wing. Is it really fine for us to join Zero Wing, Big Brother Sherfong? Silk Radish worriedly asked Sherfong when she saw the people waiting to enter the Zero Wing Training Center. Besides Silk Radish, Jade River also couldn't help but grow anxious. Originally, they had been thrilled that they could finally stay in a third-tier city in the greater world. Although they had relied on connections to achieve it, they were confident they wouldn't lose to a third-tier city's geniuses by much. However, after seeing the people waiting in line, they could no longer maintain their composure. Currently, neither of them was even a 1-star mental strength master. In contrast, every person queued up outside the Zero Wing Training Center was a 3-star master, with some even being 1-star grandmasters. In addition, many of the lifestyle players waiting in line were at the grandmaster standard, a stark contrast to the 2 of them who were only at the basic master standard. If they were to join Zero Wing in their current state, could they even survive the competition? Don't worry, you 2 should be fine, Sherfong said, chuckling as he looked at the 2 anxious girls. Silk Radish's potential need not be mentioned. During Sherfang's previous life, everybody knew about her. As for Jade River, while she wasn't as talented as Silk Radish, she was still one of the few people who became both a great Grandmaster Magician and a great Grandmaster Forger. The 9 refinements which, because Sherfong was busy dealing with Demon's Gate's relentless attempt to hunt him down during his previous life, he didn't have much energy to spare on recruiting the talents of his homeworld. This led to many of his homeworld's geniuses and paragons joining other powers. Now, though, as if fate was playing a trick on him, not only were his old comrades looking to join the current Zero Wing, but even the geniuses and paragons he had missed out on were also joining Zero Wing. Combined with the Book of Eternity he had obtained in this life, he was confident he could put up a good fight against Demon's Gate in the future. However, following the addition of these players to Zero Wing, Sherfong also couldn't help but grow worried. The Zero Wing in his previous life had entered the greater world with his entire homeworld support. As a result, the guild established itself in the greater God's domain early on and occupied many resource nodes. In contrast, the current Zero Wing had entered the greater world with virtually nothing to its name. The guild didn't even have enough star coins to purchase life potions, let alone Stardew, which was vital in the rapid development of mental strength and body cells. While the geniuses and paragons currently looking to join Zero Wing possessed astonishing talent, they still needed sufficient resources to exhibit their strength and potential properly. Otherwise, their growth and future would become stifled. For 1,000 gold, I must gather 4,000 gold in 3 days. When Sherfong looked at the long line outside the Zero Wing Training Center, a hint of resolve appeared in his eyes. Money and resources were vital for developing any guild in the greater world. If he could secure the star coins and 10 drops of Stardew Xia Qingying had promised him, he could elevate Zero Wing to the next level within a short period. Subsequently, Sherfong took Silk Radish and Jade River to tour the Zero Wing Training Center. Although the Zero Wing Training Center was only a third-tier city's training center, it was a large training center with 5 advanced combat simulation rooms and 15 special living quarters. Even in a second-tier mobile city, These facilities could only be accessed after waiting for a long time and spending a significant amount of city contribution points. Normally, members of second-tier city legions and core members of powers based in second-tier cities could only use these facilities 2 or 3 times a month. After all, even second-tier cities had limited advanced combat simulation rooms and special living quarters. Currently, Zero Wing didn't have many members in Star Lake City, so 5 advanced combat simulation rooms and 15 special living quarters would be enough to let Zero Wing's members enjoy a usage rate similar to the city Legion members of second-rate cities. This privilege surprised even Fire Dance and Silent Wonder when they joined Zero Wing. They didn't think that a guild that had only entered the greater world recently could rent a large training center in Star Lake City. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Shifeng spent most of his time producing basic divine pattern designs in the Crystal City of Secrets, his efforts pushing him to level 160. At the same time, he secretly had Zero Wing's core female members attempt the Goddess Armaments trials, hoping that one could conquer all 12 trials. I made 4,585 gold in 3 days. The income generated from the trading firm's commissions is much higher than I initially expected. If I can successfully get my hands on the promised Stardew, I can try to challenge Tier 6. When Shifeng looked at his own level, a hint of excitement welled up within him. Although he still wasn't 100% confident he could create a legendary divine body, he had come up with many more ideas after learning the law of space. If he could activate his brain cells with the help of Stardew, he could give the challenge a try. If he succeeded, he could occupy a spot for Zero Wing in the World Mode Regional Dungeon 100 Eyes Canyon, which would, in turn, allow Zero Wing to become one of the dominant powers in the Crystal City of Secrets. When Shifeng thought of making another basic divine pattern design, Xia Qingying messaged him a set of coordinates. The coordinates pointed to a location within the Crystal City, and she urged him to head to the location to conduct their transaction immediately. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3494. Chapter 568. 10 Great Sword Gods. Chapter 3494. Chapter 568. 10 Great Sword Gods. Chapter 568. 10 Great Sword Gods. Crystal City of Secrets. Outer area. Numerous flying ships could be seen coming to and from the Crystal City's airport. The arriving flying ships, in particular, were packed with players. These players wore excited looks on their faces, and they promptly dashed toward the underground Crystal Palace as soon as they disembarked, all hoping to make a fortune inside the secret land. 2 days ago, news of the first extraordinary secret treasure to have ever appeared in the underground Crystal Palace spread. The secret treasure was found in the Secret Lands level 160 area, and its appearance had shaken the entire Eternal Realm. At the same time, it raised the significance of high-ranking secret treasures to a whole new level. Common secret treasures only increased mana protection, whereas combat secret treasures provided an additional boost to the attached weapon or equipment's basic attributes. While these bonuses could improve player strength, they weren't so significant that one article would be enough to let players undergo a qualitative improvement. To achieve that, players would have to be fully equipped with common or combat secret treasures. However, it was a different story for extraordinary secret treasures. Not only did extraordinary secret treasures improve mana protection and basic attributes, but they also came attached with special abilities. In God's domain, many weapons and equipment had additional skills, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that any item at the epic rank or above would have additional skills. Meanwhile, these additional skills added to the skill and spell repertoire of players, raising their overall combat power. The only problem was that these additional skills had cooldowns and limited durations. However, special abilities did not have a cooldown. They acted more like talents than skills. An example of talent would be the elf race's mana affinity. Elves were innately more sensitive to mana than the average human, and they also had an easier time manipulating mana. Because of this, many magical class experts would actively choose to change their race to the elf race. However, opportunities to convert into an elf were few and far between. For most players, they could only choose to convert into a half-elf. Of course, while the mana affinity of half-elves wasn't as good as that of pure-blooded elves, it was still better than that of the average human. So, converting into a half-elf was still a good choice for most players. But now, it became possible to obtain special abilities which were closely similar to talents through an extraordinary secret treasure. This could be a life-changing opportunity for any player. Indeed, a life-changing opportunity. Many players would fail to reach the peak or apex because they were lacking in certain aspects. So long as they could find a solution to their weaknesses, they could break out of their stagnated growth, and becoming a peak expert or even an apex expert would no longer be out of the question. Meanwhile, the special abilities of extraordinary secret treasures could very well be the solution these experts needed. Normally, once players had exhausted their potential, unless they could get their hands on a divine artifact or fragmented divine artifact, it would no longer be possible for them to raise their standings in the greater gods' domain strength hierarchy. For example, no matter how many legendary weapons and equipment a fourth-floor expert equipped, they would always be seen as inferior to fifth-floor experts in the public's eye. It was even more so in the eyes of the various powers. After all, the acquisition of legendary weapons and equipment wasn't a problem for them. What mattered most to them was a player's combat standard. However, with the discovery of extraordinary secret treasures, rewriting one's destiny would no longer be a privilege exclusive to only a select few individuals in the greater gods' domain. With the assistance of extraordinary secret treasures, it also became possible for the masses to compensate for their weaknesses, undergo qualitative transformations, and ultimately rewrite their lives. As a result, many of the Eternal Realms expert players flocked to the Crystal City of Secrets in the hopes that they could obtain an extraordinary secret treasure from the underground Crystal Palace. After Shifeng arrived at the coordinates Xia Qingying sent him, about a dozen or so cloaked players approached him. Although these players had concealed their appearances, their every action showed that they were at the fifth-floor standard. The woman in the lead was even a saint-ranked expert. "So it was you? No wonder you can gather so much money so quickly," the woman in the lead commented, a hint of realization appearing in her eyes as she looked at Shifeng. "May I know your name, miss?" Shifeng asked as he looked at the unfamiliar woman before him. "Billowing Water," the woman replied in a quiet tone. "One Billowing Water?" Shifeng promptly recalled something upon hearing the woman's name, and he couldn't help but be surprised as he asked, "The Blaze Conglomerate's heart sword?" The Blaze Conglomerate was a cross-realm conglomerate rivaling the Galaxy Conglomerate. Meanwhile, Heart Sword Billowing Water was one of the Blaze Conglomerate's 2 taboos during his previous life. The wielder of the Formless Twilight. Formless Twilight was a very special divine artifact. Even when it was still a fragmented divine artifact, it did not have any fixed form, and it only had 2 abilities. The first ability allowed the wielder to transform Formless Twilight into any sword. The second ability allowed the wielder to create multiple swords, and the number and type of swords created were up to the wielder's imagination. When Billowing Water initially got her hands on the fragmented divine, artifact-ranked Formless Twilight, her strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Even though she did not master any gold combat techniques, she could defeat experts who did. After Formless Twilight was upgraded into a divine artifact, Billowing Water even surpassed war goddesses when it came to offensive capabilities. Back then, Billowing Water had defeated 5 of the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Grand Elders consecutively. The 7 Luminaries Alliance had even labeled her as one of the greater gods' domain's 10 great sword gods later on, putting her on the same level as Wordless Ember. Currently, Shifeng could not see Billowing Water carrying any weapon, so it was evident that she had already obtained the rumored formless twilight. Even if the weapon was only a fragmented divine artifact right now, it should still enable her to fight against any apex expert without fear. So, Sherfong found it hard to imagine why Billowing Water needed to conceal her appearance to meet him. "That's right, I am the Heart Sword," Billowing Water said, nodding. Then, after taking a good look at Sherfong, she continued, "You are quite strong. Aside from the promised 4,000 gold, would you be interested in making another deal with me? It is a rather significant transaction." "Significant? How significant is it?" Sherfong smiled. "Have you ever heard of the Forbidden Zone?" Billowing Water quietly asked. Sherfang's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing the name Billowing Water mentioned. Then, doing his best to lower his voice, he asked, "Do you know how to reach the Forbidden Zone?" The Forbidden Zone was considered a secret in the current Eternal Realm, and players could learn of it through high-tiered NPCs. According to these NPCs, the Forbidden Zone was simply a place situated outside the Eternal Continent, and it was referred to as such by the gods of old. However, so long as one did a little digging, one would find that the Forbidden Zone wasn't simply a place situated outside the Eternal Continent. Instead, the term referred to the two other major continents that existed in the Eternal Realm. Contrary to popular belief, the Eternal Realm didn't only consist of the Eternal Continent. Instead, there existed 3 major continents. Apart from the northern continent that human players resided on, there were 2 other continents in the west and south. Players of a foreign race occupied these 2 continents, and the 2 continents possessed vastly different civilizations and resources. Of the 2 other continents, the western continent was closest to the northern continent. It was also a place whose environment was closest to rivaling the environment of the greater gods' domain's mythical era. It should be known that humans of the mythical era had a much easier time getting promoted to Tier 6. Moreover, the western continent held world fragments that couldn't be found on the northern continent, and these were precious treasures that could help players master world laws. Unfortunately, it was incredibly difficult to venture into the Forbidden Zone. Even Tier 6 players could not force their way there and could only rely on special means. TL notes, 1 Billowing Water / Waylon. She is Yen Hua's daughter briefly mentioned in Chapter 486. I am uncertain if Waylon is her real name or character name, but since Yen Hua is the one who mentioned it, I'm guessing that it is her real name. It would be rather strange for a father to refer to his daughter by her in-game name. Regardless, to make it easier to remember her, I have decided to use a translated version of her name when in the game, similar to Gentle Snow's case. 2 gods of old. I have no idea which type of god this is referring to. I'm assuming it's a little bit of all 3 categories. FYI, as you can see, has a little bit of everything. 3 Mythical Era. Era of the Ancient Gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3495. Chapter 569, Forbidden Zone. Chapter 3495. Chapter 569, Forbidden Zone. Chapter 569. Forbidden Zone. Big Sis Billow, isn't it inappropriate to tell an outsider the secret? Before Billowing Water could answer Sherfang's question, a male demi-dragon standing behind her suddenly interrupted. The demi-dragon in question was a level 160, Tier 5 Guardian Knight, and he carried a large and heavy shield on his back. At the same time, the several elderly saint-ranked experts present frowned. They were evidently dissatisfied with Billowing Water's decision. Information pertaining to the Forbidden Zone was of utmost importance to the Blaze conglomerate. Yet, Billowing Water had abruptly decided to share this secret with an outsider without even consulting with anyone else. It's fine. I'll be able to reap more profits if we can have an additional companion, Billowing Water answered the young demi-dragon. Then she smiled at Sherfong and continued, Moreover, with Guild Leader Black Flame's connections, I'm sure it wouldn't be difficult for him to find a way to the Forbidden Zone. What do you think, Guild Leader Black Flame? Are you interested in my offer? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested, Sherfong said as he looked at Billowing Water in surprise. May I know what deal you intend to make, Miss Billow? Contrary to Billowing Water's words, information on the Forbidden Zone was by no means easy to obtain. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many powers and Tier 6 players who couldn't set foot into the Forbidden Zone in his previous life. Even in the current Eternal Realm, there would be many conglomerates and pseudo-apex powers who'd be more than willing to cooperate with Billowing Water should they know that the latter knew how to get to the Forbidden Zone. So, Sherfong found it hard to imagine why Billowing Water would take the initiative to collaborate with him. Simple. Chuckling, Billowing Water said, I can take you to the Forbidden Zone, but in exchange, all of your earnings during this trip will belong to me. Or, you can pay me 300 eternal gold, and you will only have to give half of your earnings to me. 300 eternal gold and half of my earnings for an entry slot. Sherfong was a little taken aback. In the current Eternal Realm, an expenditure of 300 eternal gold was significant to any upper-ranking hegemonic power. Such a large expenditure might adversely impact an upper-ranking hegemonic power's development. After all, 300 eternal gold was already enough to purchase 2 or 3 shops in the Crystal City of Secrets Central District. If you can't afford the 300 gold, you can always go with the first option, Guild Leader Black Flame, Billowing Water said with a smile. Not to mention, this condition will only stay in effect for your first trip. You won't have to pay me anything the second time you head to the Forbidden Zone. That won't be necessary. I will pay the 300 gold, Sherfong stated. Billowing Water's condition of 300 eternal gold and half of his earnings might be a steep price, but the sooner he could enter the Forbidden Zone, the sooner he could get his hands on treasures such as the world fragments. That way, Zero Wing could also have a better future ahead of it. Tier 6 was a big threshold to cross in the greater God's domain. Tier 6 players were also the basis of how the various powers were evaluated. During his previous life, the appearance of world fragments had reduced the difficulty of getting promoted to Tier 6 for many players. If Zero Wing could get its hands on a world fragment early on, it might even be able to catch up to the various apex powers in terms of Tier 6 player count. You are a decisive man, Guild Leader Black Flame. Billowing Water was not particularly surprised to hear Sherfong choosing to pay 300 eternal gold, though she did feel a little disappointed. Let's write up a contract, then. There were limitless business opportunities in the Forbidden Zone. As the leader of a guild, it wasn't strange for Sherfong to be willing to bet 300 eternal gold on these opportunities. But at the same time, such a decision could also be considered very foolish. Subsequently, Sherfong and Billowing Water signed a God's Domain contract, and Sherfong paid 300 eternal gold to Billowing Water. Besides that, Billowing Water also spent 3 billion star coins and 10 drops of Stardew to purchase 4,000 eternal gold from Sherfong. Essentially, Billowing Water had sold the Stardews for 100 million star coins per drop. It should be known that purchasing Stardews was normally impossible. Only someone of Billowing Water stature would be willing to make such a generous offer. Inside a VIP room of a flying ship departing the Crystal City of Secrets. Big Sis Billow, don't tell me you agreed to bring that guy along simply because of 300 gold. The other powers will most likely make fun of us if they learn of this, the demi-dragon youth asked in confusion as he watched Billowing Water fiddle around with an eternal gold coin. While eternal coins were indeed important to them, they weren't so desperate that they would take an outsider to the Forbidden Zone just for 300 eternal gold. It should be known that if they offered the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers an opportunity to enter the Forbidden Zone, those powers would be more than willing to pay 500 or 600 eternal gold. At most, they would have to pay in installments. Exactly. Black Flame only ranks 11th on the Sacred Glory list. Big Sis Billow. Even if we bring him with us, there isn't much he can do to help us." The other youths in the room agreed with the demi-dragon youth and looked at billowing water curiously. They were members of the younger generation, secretly nurtured by the Blaze conglomerate, and they idolized billowing water, the conglomerate's first successor. Many of them even started their journey in God's domain alongside billowing water. So, they had a good understanding of billowing water's personality. In the general public's eye, being ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list was indeed an impressive achievement. However, such an achievement wasn't anything noteworthy in their social circle. If not for the various conglomerates being reluctant to expose all their cards and nurturing some of their geniuses and paragons in secret, they would have long monopolized the Luminous Glory list and Sacred Glory list. A person ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list naturally isn't worth my attention, Billowing Water said. Then, her expression suddenly turning serious, she continued, "But my old man suddenly went crazy and decided to have my little sister join Zero Wing, telling her to become one of Zero Wing's internal members." The youths in the room were momentarily stunned when they heard Billowing Water's answer. The fourth young miss was told to join Zero Wing. Wasn't the fourth young miss supposed to join Star Dynasty? The little sister mentioned by Billowing Water was the Blaze conglomerate's youngest successor. She was also the pearl of the Blaze conglomerate, and her overall talent was only slightly inferior to her elder sister Billowing Water. When it came to mental strength, she was even superior to Billowing Water. Logically, even if the fourth young miss failed to inherit the Blaze conglomerate, the conglomerate would still try its best to put her in the executive position of a pseudo-apex power. This would, in turn, strengthen the Blaze conglomerate's position in the greater God's domain. Yet, the fourth young miss was now being told to join Zero Wing. "Big Sis Billow, does that mean you are?" At this time, the demi-dragon youth suddenly came to a realization. "Are you trying to show Black Flame's limits to Lord Yanhua?" The Forbidden Zone was a dangerous place, and players couldn't survive there without sufficient strength. "That is my intention." Billowing Water nodded. "The old man isn't in the Eternal Realm, so he has no idea how much strength the various powers have hidden here. And since I can't talk him out of his decision, my only option is to show him how laughable Black Flame is when he is put among the monsters in the Forbidden Zone." Hearing Billowing Water's words, the youths present burst into laughter. They had experienced a similar baptism when they first visited the Forbidden Zone not too long ago. Now, it was the 11th ranked Sacred Glory expert's turn. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3496. Chapter 570. Superior Demigod. Chapter 3496. Chapter 570. Superior Demigod. Chapter 570. Superior Demigod, 29 hours after the flying ship left the Crystal City of Secrets. Sherfong, Billowing Water, and the others arrived at a coastal NPC city. After disembarking from the flying ship, Billowing Water summoned a four-winged frost dragon, a basic legendary flying mount, and flew everyone across a misty ocean for 3 hours before arriving at a giant floating island. Torrents of chaotic energy flowed through the area where the floating island was situated. These energy torrents were incredibly powerful, and even Tier 5 players would be vulnerable to them. If players dared get close to these chaotic energy torrents, they would quickly have their mana sapped out of their bodies, causing them to grow weak and disoriented. However, the floating island acted as a safe haven for players, surrounded by magic arrays that diverted the chaotic energy that swept through the area. "We're here," Billowing Water stated as she stopped the 40-meter-long frost dragon outside a magnificent temple hovering above the floating island. The temple was situated outside the floating island's protection, so chaotic energy torrents enveloped it completely. However, when the four-winged frost dragon landed, the energy torrents started to actively avoid the temple and let the frost dragon land inside. "Welcome to the Eternal Temple." To teleport to the Forbidden Zone, each person must pay 150 eternal gold. The teleportation procedure will only begin once 200 people have gathered. When the Frost Dragon landed inside the temple, a 500-man team immediately greeted it. All 500 members of this team were 5th floor experts at level 158, tier 5 or above. They were also equipped in standardized fragmented legendary equipment sets, and there were faint mana circuits connecting these 500 equipment sets and forming a large bronze battle array. The battle array not only allowed these 500 players to share their senses, but it also provided a qualitative improvement to their basic attributes. Under the effects of the bronze battle array, these 500 tier 5 players felt like 500 tier 6 players. The combined aura they exuded was powerful enough to scare even actual tier 6 players into fleeing. The luminous battle array? Sure, Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw the standardized equipment of the 500 players. The luminous battle array. It was one of the well-known battle arrays owned by the 7 Luminaries Alliance. Although the complete luminous battle array required 500 players to form, once formed, it allowed all of the players in the battle array to transcend tiers. It was, without a doubt, a tactical class battle array. Unfortunately, while the luminous battle array was amazing, it couldn't be mass-produced as the luminous set. The fragmented legendary equipment set required to form the battle array was incredibly hard to produce. The materials required to produce it were exceedingly rare, and even the 7 Luminaries Alliance had only managed to produce 5,000 sets in total during Shifeng's previous life. Normally, the luminous battle array could only be seen being used at the 7 Luminaries Alliance's holy city, which also served as the Alliance's main headquarters and 3 secret lands. If news spread that the 7 Luminaries Alliance used one of its luminous battle arrays to guard only a temple, it would definitely shock the entire Greater Gods domain. However, when Shifeng heard the teleportation fee the 7 Luminaries Alliance was charging, he could understand why the 7 Luminaries Alliance would station such a frightening force in the Eternal Temple. The fee of 150 eternal gold per person had already transcended the realm of daylight robbery. While he was still feeling gleeful over making several hundred eternal gold per day through the secret crystal trading firm, the 7 Luminaries Alliance was making 30,000 eternal gold from every batch of players it teleported. Honestly, he wouldn't even find it surprising if the 7 Luminaries Alliance had mobilized 2 or 3 complete luminous battle arrays to protect the Eternal Temple, let alone one. As for Billowing Water, this wasn't her first time visiting the Eternal Temple, so she was unfazed by the 7 Luminaries Alliance's teleportation fee. After calmly jumping off the Frost Dragon's back, she took out 2,250 eternal gold and handed it over to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's guard captain in a coin pouch. I have confirmed that I have received 2,250 eternal gold for 15 people, the guard captain stated after weighing the coin pouch in his hand. You are lucky. There are already 179 people gathered. After including your team of 15, you will only have to take the assessment and wait for 6 more people before you can get teleported. Are there people taking the test now? Billowing Water asked. Not that many, the guard captain said as he pointed at the line in front of a gigantic crystal. By the time you finish your assessments, we should have enough people to teleport. After looking at the line, Billowing Water unsummoned her 4-winged frost dragon and joined the line with her group. An assessment? When Shifeng heard the guard captain mentioning an assessment, he couldn't help but grow confused. So he asked Billowing Water, Are there requirements to use the teleportation service here? There are no requirements to use the temple's teleportation, Billowing Water explained with a smile. The assessment is only here to determine which location players are suited to enter. Although there will be 200 players teleported in every batch, Tier 5 players can be teleported to 3 different locations depending on the crystal's assessment of their current strength. The temple has 3 strength ratings for Tier 5 players, basic demigod, advanced demigod, and superior demigod. For the basic demigod rating, players only need strength rivaling Tier 5 heroes of the same level to achieve it. Players who achieve the basic demigod rating can teleport to an archipelago that doesn't have many holy race players. However, while PvP incidents might happen less frequently there, the archipelago is rather poor in resources. As for the two other ratings, players will need to rival Tier 5 8-winged Valkyries to achieve the advanced demigod rating and rival Tier 5 dragons for the superior demigod rating. Those who achieve the advanced demigod rating will get teleported to a coastal region, while those who achieve the superior demigod rating will get teleported to an inland region, which is most abundant in resources out of the 3 locations. When Billowing Water finished her explanation, the group also arrived before the gigantic crystal inside the temple hall. Currently, the gigantic crystal was scanning a group of players standing inside the magic array before it. 20 seconds later, a mechanical voice came from the crystal. Assessment, Advanced Demigod. You may head to the coastal region. Assessment, Advanced Demigod. You may head to the coastal region. Assessment, Basic Demigod. You may head to the archipelago region. Every time the crystal made an announcement, the players waiting in the surroundings couldn't help but be awed. It was especially so for the Blaze Conglomerate's youths. Achieving the strength of a basic demigod was no easy feat in God's domain. Even the many Tier 5 NPCs that could strike fear into players were merely regarded as Tier 5 NPCs and could not be considered a demigod. To become a demigod, a Tier 5 NPC would first need to own a legendary weapon. Secondly, their concentration standard needed to reach Tier 6, also regarded as Heroes' Realm. When a Tier 5 NPC reached this standard, they would become existences even 5th floor experts of the same tier would try to avoid like the plague. Should a Tier 5 demigod wish to wreak havoc in the greater god's domain, they could be likened to natural disasters. Tier 5 demigods were so powerful that even the Sacred Glory list's top 10 experts could only shake their heads in defeat if they came across one. Yet, players who reached the standard of basic demigods could only rank at the bottom of the Eternal Temple's hierarchy of players. Furthermore, over half of the players getting assessed had reached the advanced demigod standard, each capable of rivaling 8-winged Valkyries of the same level. These were all existences that could slay the average Tier 6 player. Assessment, Advanced Demigod. You may head to the coastal region. Nice. Secret treasures do help. The demi-dragon youth from the Blaze Conglomerate exclaimed when he heard his strength rating. An advanced demigod. Even among the various monsters operating in the Forbidden Zone, experts with the strength of an advanced demigod could be considered mid-tier. He also wouldn't have to worry about returning from the Forbidden Zone without harvests. It seems he didn't simply survive out of luck last time. Billowing Water nodded in approval as she looked at the demi-dragon youth. Since the demi-dragon youth could now enter the coastal region, he could more or less leave the Forbidden Zone with some harvest this time. Had he been assigned to the impoverished archipelago region again, the best he could hope for was to leave the Forbidden Zone with his life. While the demi-dragon youth was celebrating, Sherfong stepped out of the crystal's magic array. Immediately afterward, a mechanical voice came from the crystal. Assessment, Superior Demigod. You may head to the inland region. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3497. Chapter 571, Golden Kingdom. Chapter 3497. Chapter 571, Golden Kingdom. Chapter 571, Golden Kingdom. A superior demigod? Crap. A superior demigod appeared. Following the crystal's announcement, everyone waiting in the hall turned their heads toward Sherfong, their gazes filled with astonishment and envy. There were vast differences between the 3 locations players could teleport to via the Eternal Temple. Although each was more dangerous than the previous, the rewards players could obtain from the more dangerous locations were many times better. It was especially so for the inland region. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the players who visited the inland region would return as a completely different person. Superior demigod. Isn't he only ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list? The Blaze Conglomerate's youths were in disbelief as they looked at Shi Feng and his nonchalant expression. They had met some of the Sacred Glory list's top 10 powerhouses before. However, ever since they returned from their first visit to the Forbidden Zone, they were confident that, aside from the Sacred Glory list's top 2, they could defeat and possibly even kill any of the other Sacred Glory list's top 10 experts. Hence, in their eyes, the so-called experts who ranked outside of the Sacred Glory list's top 10 were nothing more than a joke. Yet, now, Shi Feng was rated as a superior demigod? Had the Sacred Glory list undergone a revision while they weren't paying attention? Since when did the Sacred Glory list hold so much value? How interesting. No wonder the old man has such high praises for him, Billowing Water thought as she looked at Shi Feng, her eyes revealing intentions to challenge Shi Feng to a fight. Subsequently, she stepped into the magic array before the assessment crystal. A moment later, another repeating mechanical sound resounded in the temple hall. Assessment, Superior Demigod. You may head to the inland region. The announcement caused the people in the hall to turn their heads and stir once more. Even the 7 Luminaries Alliance's experts, tasked with maintaining security in the hall, couldn't help but take an extra look at Shi Feng and Billowing Water. Normally, they would only see one superior demigod appearing for every few batches of players they teleported. Yet, not only did 2 superior demigods appear in this batch, but both even belonged to the same team. Even the various pseudo-Apex Powers expert teams couldn't necessarily match such a lineup. It seems she has already mastered the formless twilight, Shi Feng concluded when he heard the strength rating Billowing Water was given. At the same time, he, too, got the urge to spar with Billowing Water. Because he was constantly chased by Demon's Gate in his previous life, he never had the opportunity to challenge the Greater Gods domain's publicly acknowledged 10 great sword gods, and it became one of his regrets. Although Wordless Ember was also one of the 10 great sword gods, the current Wordless Ember had yet to fully develop. He hadn't even obtained his own divine artifact yet, so Shi Feng saw no meaning in challenging him. Billowing Water, on the other hand, had not only acquired the formless twilight already, but she had even become proficient at wielding it already. Even if she wasn't at her peak, she would still be a worthy opponent to hone his sword techniques against. His sword's orbit was only one step away from reaching the gold combat technique standard. Unfortunately, he didn't have any ideas on achieving a breakthrough. In such a situation, if he encountered an expert with comparable basic attributes who had already mastered a complete set of gold combat techniques in the future, he would be at a considerable disadvantage. However, Shi Feng quickly suppressed his urges. While it was indeed important to improve his sword techniques, it was even more important that he entered the Forbidden Zone to search for a world fragment. We have 200 people now. Everyone, gather at the teleportation array. Amidst Shi Feng's brief contemplation, the 7 Luminaries Alliance's guard captain suddenly shouted. And upon hearing the guard captain's words, the players waiting in the hall started gathering toward the teleportation array in the hall. In no time, 200 players stood within the ancient teleportation array situated in the middle of the hall. Seeing this, the guard captain took out a couple dozen 7 Luminaries crystals and embedded them into the teleportation array, causing the dense mana in the hall to form a complete mana circuit. Before I send you off, let me remind you all that the Forbidden Zone is not human territory. If you die there, you will be resurrected in an NPC city on our side after 1 day. As for how long you can stay there and what you can obtain, it all depends on your abilities. However, I advise you not to be too greedy. What matters most is that you return alive, since, should you die, you won't be able to bring back any of your precious harvests." After the guard captain finished speaking, everyone felt their vision blurring, and the scenery before them underwent a drastic change. In a secluded canyon on the western continent, when Sherfong and Billowing Water recovered their vision, they found themselves standing in the middle of a humble town enveloped in a faint golden barrier. "Newcomers! Look, we have newcomers. No way, we really have newcomers. Quick, notify the party leader." When the players setting up stalls along the town's main street saw a sudden brilliance falling on the town, and two people emerged from said brilliance, excitement filled their eyes, and they behaved as if they had just seen a priceless treasure. "So, this is the Western Continent's inland region?" Sherfong couldn't help but be astonished as he observed his surroundings. Although he had long learned about the Western Continent's situation in his previous life, he still couldn't help but be shocked after arriving here in person. Eternal energy. Although various kinds of energy were present in his surroundings, the eternal energy here was so dense that it nearly rivaled the 100 Refinement Building's first floor. It should be known that players could only enter the 100 Refinement Building's first floor once in their lifetimes. They wouldn't get a second chance, even if they started a new account. Moreover, they could only experience the first floor's environment for 5 short days. In contrast, even though the density of the eternal energy present on the Western Continent was slightly lower than that of the 100 Refinement Building's first floor, players could stay in this environment for as long as they wanted. They could enjoy a constant flow of inspiration simply by standing and breathing here, and they would not have to worry about lacking directions to develop themselves. If a player could live in this environment for a long period, they would have no trouble getting promoted to Tier 6. Another matter that surprised Sherfong was that a human town existed in the middle of the Western Continent, which was completely occupied by the Holy Race. Although the town was tiny, being only 1/5 the size of the average basic town, it was still a bona fide human town. With the town's circumstances, its value easily exceeded that of the Crystal City of Secrets. The 7 Luminaries Alliance truly is insane. To think they would bring even the Golden Kingdom here. When Sherfong saw the faint golden barrier that covered the entire town, he couldn't help but admire the 7 Luminaries Alliance's wealth. The divine artifact Golden Kingdom. The Golden Kingdom was the 7 Luminaries Alliance's ultimate defensive trump card. While the Golden Kingdom was only a magic item and not a weapon or a piece of equipment, it was one of the few defensive magic barriers capable of withstanding an attack from a primordial god. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that so long as a settlement was protected by the Golden Kingdom, so long as the Golden Kingdom had enough energy, the town would be impregnable. The only downside was that the Golden Kingdom couldn't be moved for a year once it was set up. During Sherfeng's previous life, the 7 Luminaries Alliance had relied on the Golden Kingdom to defend a fortress against the Holy Race's invasion. At the time, the Holy Race's various powers had joined forces to attack said fortress. Yet, even after besieging the fortress for over a year and permanently sacrificing hundreds of thousands of Tier 6 experts, the Holy Race still failed to capture the fortress. That battle had become an eternal legend in the greater God's domain. Now that the 7 Luminaries Alliance had used the Golden Kingdom to secure a safe haven for itself on the Western Continent, even if other human powers established their own settlements on the Western Continent in the future, none would be able to compare to the 7 Luminaries Alliance's town in terms of safety. However, compared to all these things, what surprised Sherfong the most were the hundreds of players that occupied the town. Even though these players were only at Tier 5, the strength of the mana they exuded was superior to that of actual Tier 6 players. Some of them even had mana rivaling Tier 6 gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3498. Chapter 572. Mythical Era's Mana. Chapter 3498. Chapter 572. Mythical Era's Mana Chapter 572. Mythical Era's mana before Sure Foam and Billowing Water could recover from the initial shock of experiencing the Western continent's environment. Hundreds of players suddenly swarmed them from all corners of the street. Each and every one of them resembled starving dogs that had just spotted 2 juicy pieces of meat. It's been so long since we've had any new superior demigods. And this time we got 2. Friends, how about joining our Falcon Party? I guarantee you'll earn 100 contribution points per excursion. At that rate, you can exchange for a mana purification technique in just 3 days. Come to our Rainstorm Party instead. We can help you obtain bronze purification techniques, if not even basic ones. You folks from Rainstorm sure love to boast. A bronze purification technique? Not a single person in your party has managed to learn one yet. Friends, join our Half-Leaf Party instead. Our party leader is an expert who has already mastered a bronze purification technique. We earn far more contribution points than the other parties. The town's players shouted offers to Sure Foam and Billowing Water, one after another, without giving them any time to react. Mana purification techniques? Sure Foam was greatly surprised by the offers everyone made. He had only learned how to improve his mana after accepting the primordial abyssal, God's legacy. However, it was an incomplete technique that provided him with limited improvements. Judging by the strength of the surrounding players' mana and the superior mana purification techniques they spoke of, it was evident that their techniques surpassed his incomplete one. Logically, the strength of his mana should rank number 1 among players of the same tier because of the Tier 5 legendary mana body he created. Even if there were some Tier 5 players with stronger mana, the gap between them shouldn't be significant. However, the Tier 5 players around him possessed significantly stronger mana than him. Some even had mana rivaling Tier 6 gods, which was simply unbelievable. If he could bring a large number of these so-called mana purification techniques back with him or establish a long-term supply chain, it would undoubtedly lead to qualitative transformations in the overall strength of Zero Wings members. 7 Luminaries Town, 7 Luminaries Bar. After listening to the fervent invitations from various parties in the town, Sure Foam and Billowing Water chose to engage in further negotiations with a female elf named Moon Bamboo, who was a guardian knight and had mastered a bronze mana purification technique. How about it? Will you join us, friends? While Dawnlight might not be among the top 5 parties in town, we are solidly ranked in the top 10. Moon Bamboo explained to Sure Foam and Billowing Water. After elegantly taking a sip of coffee, she continued, "We currently need 2 more members to complete our party. If you join Dawnlight, you'll enjoy 2 major benefits that most other parties can't offer. Firstly, you won't have to worry about acquiring a bronze purification technique. The party leader and I have already mastered one each, while the other 2 members have acquired their own. They just need to learn how to use them. So, if we obtain more bronze purification techniques in the future, you too will receive your share right away. Additionally, once the other 2 members succeed in learning their bronze purification techniques, Dawnlight will have 4 members who have mastered the technique. At that time, our party won't have to fear encountering teams composed of monstrous Tier 5 experts from the Holy Race. As a side note, both the party leader and I have mastered 2 gold combat techniques each. Secondly, you'll save on accommodation fees. Normally, you would have to spend 1 eternal gold per day for accommodation in the town. However, our party has used contribution points to rent a 6-person hotel suite for a month. We still have more than 10 days left, so you won't have to spend anything on accommodation during this period. While Moon Bamboo explained the benefits of joining the Dawnlight Party to Sure Foam and Billowing Water, a tall and muscular man, a Tier 5 summoner, walked over to the table and unceremoniously sat down next to her. "Bamboo, you've been negotiating with these youngsters for half an hour, and you still haven't won them over? I thought you'd be more capable with that beauty and big sister energy of yours," the male summoner said, sighing and shaking his head. "I'm recruiting 2 superior demigods at the same time. Why don't you give it a try, Mr. Party Leader? Moon Bamboo said, rolling her eyes at the male summoner. There were very few players operating in 7 Luminaries Town, and the majority of them were members of the various pseudo-apex powers. Players from other powers constituted less than 10% of the town's population. It should be known that human players who died on the Western continent would be sent back to the Eternal Continent with 100% certainty. If they wished to return to the Western continent, they would have to pay an additional 150 eternal gold for the teleportation fee. Such an expenditure was exorbitant, even for the various pseudo-apex powers. Unless they had made significant contributions to their guilds on the Western continent, they would have to pay out of their own pockets. Hence, it became very difficult for non-pseudo-apex power parties to recruit new members. After all, newcomers had plenty of parties to choose from, so they would naturally compare their options. My name is Sky Pivot, and I am the party leader of Dawnlight. The male summoner introduced himself to Sherfong and Billowing Water with a smile. Our party is planning to explore the plane of Fallen Gods, a level 160 to level 180 map, soon. Rumor has it that the map drops treasures that can help with our Tier 6 promotion. As the party leader, I can exercise my authority to allow you to have first pick of one of the items we obtain during the expedition. If we acquire additional mana purification techniques, I will also give them to you for free, so you won't need to invoke your privilege for them. What do you think, friends? When Sky Pivot finished speaking, Moon Bamboo couldn't help but look at him in shock. Every party was currently preparing to tackle the plane of Fallen Gods in order to achieve Tier 6 promotion as quickly as possible. After all, this would give them an advantage over the other parties in town and give them a head start in exploring the Primordial Demon's Necropolis, a world mode regional dungeon rumored to drop advanced bronze and possibly even silver mana purification techniques. If they were to let the 2 newcomers have the promotion treasure first, it would likely impact their later exploration of the Primordial Demon's Necropolis. If that's the case, I would like to join your party, Sherfong said after considering his options. His primary goal was to reach Tier 6. As for the world fragment, obtaining it relied entirely on luck. Rather than blindly searching for a world fragment, he would be better off securing a mana purification technique first and learning more about the Western continent. This way, even if he were to operate solo in the future, he would have a better chance of surviving and achieving his goals. I'm fine with it, too, Billowing Water said, nodding. The promotion treasure and mana purification technique also tempted her. Great, then it's settled. We'll set off tomorrow. Sky Pivot exclaimed, laughing heartily. Following that, Sherfong and Billowing Water raised their cups to celebrate their joining the Dawnlight party. After enjoying a delicious meal at the bar, they rested in the hotel until dawn. At the break of dawn, under Sky Pivot's urging, the entire party of 6 set off for the plane of Fallen Gods. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3499. Chapter 573. Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 3499. Chapter 573. Mana Purification Technique. Chapter 573. Mana Purification Technique, Western Continent, Plane of Fallen Gods. The Holy Race's presence was everywhere on the Western Continent, so it was incredibly challenging for human players to explore and acquire resources here. If human players were to traverse the Western Continent, they would come across Holy Race parties or teams fighting monsters almost once every few minutes. To avoid clashing with these Holy Race players, Sherfong and the others had to proceed with extreme caution, which in turn hampered their travel speed. The Plane of Fallen Gods was situated 4 large maps away from 7 Luminaries Town. Normally, it would only take Holy Race players 2 or 3 hours to cross this distance, but Sherfong and the others took roughly 7 hours. Even so, this could already be considered a fast travel speed for human players, as other Tier 5 human players would need at least 2 days to complete this journey. This was all thanks to Sky Pivot. As a Tier 5 summoner, Sky Pivot could not only summon Tier 5 monsters to fight for him, but he could also use them as mounts. He could even summon flying monsters to use as flying mounts. Meanwhile, the Tier 5 illusory griffin summoned by Sky Pivot could not only act as a flying mount, but it could also rely on its Tier 5 illusion spells to conceal its passengers. Because of this, the illusory griffin looked no different than the average flying monster when it flew in the sky, and it did not attract any attention from a holy race players fighting on the ground. Eventually, after 6 hours of flight, the 20-meter-long illusory griffin arrived at the plain of fallen gods and landed on top of a hill, granting the Dawnlight Party an unobstructed view of their surroundings. "Newbies, stick close to me," Budding Leaf, a level 160, Tier 5 female oracle, said hurriedly to Surefoam and Billowing Water after landing. "The strength of your mana is too weak, so it'll quickly get devoured by monsters. When we start fighting later, let the party leader and the others soften up the monsters a little first before joining the fight. The monsters can devour our mana." Billowing Water couldn't help but be surprised. While there might be monsters capable of devouring mana in the greater god's domain, none could devour the mana of players, let alone the mana of Tier 5 players. It should be known that the mana of players would reach a near solid state once they got promoted to Tier 5. Even if a monster tried to devour their mana, it wouldn't be an easy task to accomplish. "Leaf is right," Splashing Fire, a middle-aged male ranger, said, nodding in agreement with Budding Leaf. "The monsters on the Western Continent's inland region can devour mana and holy power. If you don't have sufficiently strong mana or holy power, you'll get sucked dry and killed by the monsters here in no time. Many players had unknowingly died, so when the town was initially founded." Billowing Water was dumbfounded even further. How were they supposed to fight against monsters capable of devouring all forms of energy? For melee players like herself, it wouldn't matter whether she fought using combat techniques or skills. Both would be useless, as she couldn't afford to get close to the monsters here. As for Surefoam, he was unfazed by this revelation. The information he learned in his previous life included the various problems players faced when fighting monsters on the Western Continent. The Western Continent's monsters were essentially nightmares for the human pioneers, and they could only rely on ranged players to kill these monsters. Even so, it was a very challenging task to do so. The Western Continent's monsters possessed extraordinarily high defense, so much so that even players of the same tier could do barely any damage against them. For example, a Tier 5 player casting a Tier 5 spell could only shave off about 10,000 HP from a Tier 5 legendary monster. It should be known that these Tier 5 legendary monsters had HP in the tens of billions, with some even having upwards of 100 billion. An attack that dealt only 10,000 damage wouldn't even be enough to tickle these monsters. Before Budding Leaf and Splashing Fire could continue with their explanations, a level 165 legendary ranked half-snake in general suddenly emerged from the nearby forest, and it charged at the illusory griffin with a speed that was easily twice as fast as the Eternal Continent's legendary monsters. Half-snake in general, humanoid creature, legendary, level 165, HP 60 billion. Not good. Run. It's a regional boss. Billowing Water and the others had originally readied themselves for a fight. However, when Sky Pivot saw the half-snake in general, he promptly called for a retreat with a grave expression on his face. "That's a regional boss?" When Billowing Water saw the half-snake in general stats, she couldn't understand why Sky Pivot would react so nervously. Normally, level 160 legendary bosses in the greater god's domain would have several hundred billion HP at the very least, with some even having up to 1 trillion HP. If a level 165 monster only had 60 billion HP, it couldn't even be considered a Tier 5 legendary monster. It wouldn't take much time for Tier 5 players to kill such a monster. Moreover, Even if the half-snake-kin general was indeed a region boss, their Tier 5 party should be able to slay it with ease. Before Billowing Water could figure out why Sky Pivot was so terrified, the half-snake-kin general suddenly appeared beside her while twirling its 2 crescent blades. At the same time, the half-snake-kin general started to dance, an enchanting dance that mesmerized all who saw it. When Billowing Water saw the half-snake-kin general's blade dance, she could feel herself being drawn to it, and this situation caused an unprecedented chill crept up her spine. A fusion combat technique. The half-snake-kin general had undoubtedly executed a combat technique at the silver rank or above. Moreover, the attack wasn't composed of just the combat technique, but also a mental attack. If she were to fall for the half-snake-kin general's mesmerization for even a moment, she would lose her life to the regional boss in the blink of an eye. At this time, Billowing Water finally understood why Sky Pivot would react so fearfully toward encountering such a weak regional boss. An attack composed of a combat technique and a mental attack was no different than a fatal poison for players. This was because players would have great difficulty responding with a combat technique of their own while being subjected to a mental attack. Fighting the half-snake-kin general in such a situation would be an absolute nightmare. Fortunately, Billowing Water was a saint-ranked expert with plenty of combat experience under her belt, and she promptly let out a shout to clear her mind. At the same time, a golden great sword appeared in her hands, and she used the massive weapon like a shield to defend herself against the half-snake-kin general's twirling blades. Boom! The instant the weapons collided, Billowing Water was sent flying over 100 yards away. In just one exchange, it was evident that there was a great disparity in strength between both sides. However, the half-snake-kin general's attack still wasn't over. Utilizing the reactive force generated from having its attack blocked by Billowing Water's formless twilight, the half-snake-kin general propelled itself toward Sherfone, who was evidently weaker than the 4 other standing members of the party. It's over for this newbie. When Moon Bamboo saw that less than 15 yards separated the half-snake-kin general and Sherfone, she couldn't help but close her eyes. The half-snake-kin general was not only fast, but also incredibly nimble. Although Moon Bamboo did not know how Billowing Water had managed to summon a great sword out of nowhere, Sherfone was evidently a standard swordsman as he carried 2 long swords around his waist. If he were subjected to the half-snake-kin general's mental attack and blade dance simultaneously, he might not even have time to draw his weapons, let alone defend himself. Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal hitting something hard echoed throughout the area. Immediately afterward, whether it was Moon Bamboo and the others or Billowing Water, who had been sent flying, all of them gaped in shock. At this time, Sherfone could be seen standing steadily in place with both hands raised up to his neck, and the half-snake-kin general's crescent blades were grasped firmly within his hands. As for the half-snake-kin general, even though it was hissing menacingly and applying force to its arms, it couldn't push its crescent blades forward by even a millimeter more. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3500, Chapter 574, Half-Step Tier 6. Chapter 3500, Chapter 574, Half-Step Tier 6, Chapter 574. Half-Step Tier 6. This newbie's strength is incredible. If we are talking solely about strength, he has already surpassed the average Tier 6 Berserker. Budding Leaf and Splashing Fire were greatly shocked when they saw Sherfone catching the half-snake-kin general's weapons. The half-snake-kin general was a legendary ranked regional boss. While it wasn't a strength-oriented monster, its strength was still vastly superior to even Tier 5 Berserkers of the same level. Only Tier 5 Berserkers wielding legendary weapons could hope to match it. Not to mention, one couldn't block the half-snake-kin general's attacks simply by having great strength. Billowing Water was a good example of this. Even though Billowing Water was a swordsman, her strength was already on par with the average Tier 6 Berserker of the same level. Yet the half-snake in general still sent her flying. He's at the half-step tier 6 standard already. Moon Bamboo exclaimed, a hint of excitement appearing on her face. We've picked up a gem this time. If he can block the boss's fusion combat technique so easily, his concentration must have reached the tier 6 advanced standard already. He's only short of constructing a divine body to get promoted to tier 6 now. Most of 7 Luminaries Town's players might be superior demigods, with some having basic attributes rivaling rookie tier 6 players, but there were still differences between superior demigods. It was especially so on the Western continent. Whether it was the Western continent's environment or monsters, both were different from that of the Eternal Continent and Greater God's domain. While many human players who had entered the Western continent might rival actual Tier 6 players, they couldn't fully exhibit their strength here. This was because the Western continent was home to monsters capable of devouring all forms of energy and launching powerful mental attacks. Without sufficient mana and concentration, players would be powerless against these monsters. Normally, newcomers in 7 Luminaries Town would lack mana and concentration. As a result, the monsters of the Western continent could easily devour their mana and influence their minds. This prevented newcomers from effectively utilizing combat techniques, skills, and spells, limiting them to fighting against average tier 5 legendary monsters. If a newcomer wished to stand a chance against the tier 5 regional bosses of the Western continent, they would need to master at least a basic mana purification technique. As for tier 6 divine monsters, only half-step tier 6 experts like Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo, who have mastered bronze mana purification techniques and possess tier 6 intermediate standard concentration, would stand a fighting chance against them. Currently, although Shifeng's mana was somewhat weak, his concentration had already reached the tier 6 advanced standard. Even if he were to face a divine monster on the Western continent, he wouldn't be powerless to resist. Meanwhile, the addition of a half-step tier 6 expert to the party would undoubtedly increase the party's overall strength by a large margin. Is his concentration at such a high level already? Billowing Water, who was sent flying into the distance, couldn't help but look at Shifeng in disbelief. She was confident that her concentration was top-notch, even among paragons of the same generation. And although her concentration had yet to reach the tier 6 intermediate standard, she wasn't far from reaching it. However, when facing the half-snake in general's fusion combat technique, she could barely defend against it. She couldn't utilize any of her combat techniques, which prevented her from resisting the half-snake in general's attack completely. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent flying by the regional boss. But before Billowing Water could snap out of her daze, several hundred level 160-plus half-snaken warriors emerged from the surroundings. These half-snaken warriors were all tier 4 mythic monsters. Although each was inferior to tier 5 players, when they attacked as a group and utilized combination combat techniques, they could still pose a significant threat to tier 5 players. Moreover, with their high HPs, they could easily drag out the fight and wear out tier 5 players. Escape is no longer an option, Sky Pivot said, sighing helplessly when he saw the half-snaken warriors that surrounded them. Everyone, prepare for battle. Isn't this great news, leader? It's not every day we get to come across a regional boss, Splashing Fire said, smiling jovially when he saw the approaching half-snaken warriors. Now that our party has one more half-step tier 6 expert, it would be a waste to run away. I agree with Fire. This is a rare opportunity, Moon Bamboo said, nodding. Normally, their party would avoid any legendary-ranked regional bosses they encountered and target only normal legendary monsters. Of course, it wasn't because they couldn't defeat a legendary-ranked regional boss. It was just that it would take too much time. After all, their party previously only had 2 damage dealers. If they took too much time to finish the boss, nearby Holy Race players were bound to take notice. However, now that their party had gained an extra half-step tier 6 expert, their party's overall damage output would increase by 50% at the very least. With such a huge improvement to their damage output, they could definitely give Raiding a legendary ranked regional boss a try. Okay, Leaf, Fire, you two go and support Billowing Water. Sky Pivot commanded. The rest of us will handle the regional boss. Got it. Splashing Fire licked his lips and promptly went into action with Budding Leaf. Immediately, Splashing Fire knocked his longbow and launched flaming arrows at the approaching half-snaken warriors one after another, the hail of flaming arrows forcing the mythic monsters to scatter in an attempt to avoid the attacks. At the same time, Budding Leaf waved her staff, summoning numerous barriers to isolate the scattered half-snaken warriors and prevent them from executing deadly combination combat techniques. In the blink of an eye, Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf had lowered the threat of the half-snaken warriors by a significant margin. This, in turn, allowed Billowing Water to withstand and repulse the mythic monsters with little effort. Let's begin attacking as well, Sky Pivot said when he saw the half-snaken warriors getting blocked. Then he returned his focus to the half-snaken general and continued, Our time is limited. We must eliminate this boss before the Holy Race players arrive. After saying so, Sky Pivot constructed a summoning array that brought forth 2 legendary monsters. Then, together with the previously summoned illusory griffin, the 3 summoned creatures stood around Sky Pivot and transformed into a phantom dragon. Under Sky Pivot's control, the phantom dragon cast Dragon's Glory, a 3-fold tier 5 draconic spell. Immediately, hundreds of laser beams shot at the half-snaken general from all directions. At the same time, Moon Bamboo appeared behind the half-snaken general and raised her shield, releasing numerous shadow chains that bound the regional boss. At the same time, a gigantic sword of light also descended from the sky. Tier 5 super spell Light Shadow Taboo. Seeing Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo taking action, Shurfeng unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and Winter of Eternal Night before executing Sword's Orbit, forming a galaxy of stars that spread to his surroundings. Boom! The top of the hill was flattened in the blink of an eye, and everyone within a 30,000-yard radius could clearly hear the battle atop the hill. There's a battle happening over there. Whoever's fighting must be fighting a regional boss if they're causing such a huge commotion. Let's hurry on over. We can't let the others get ahead of us. Over a dozen Holy Race teams operating in the vicinity could hear the commotion caused by the Dawnlight Party's battle, and they hurriedly charged toward the source of the commotion with fervent eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3501, Chapter 575, Visit from Red Frost. Chapter 3501, Chapter 575, Visit from Red Frost. Chapter 575, Visit from Red Frost Plain of Fallen Gods. The hill that was originally over 100 meters tall had transformed into a vast canyon after a battle, which affected a radius of 10 kilometers, took place here. Numerous gorges that were over 100 meters deep could be seen dotting the canyon. The entire terrain had undergone a drastic transformation, and gradually mending spatial tears could still be seen in the canyon. The battle's already over? Damn it, we were still one step too late. How could it have ended so quickly? It hasn't been more than 3 minutes since we first heard the commotion. Could it have been a 100-man team? When the teams of Holy Race experts arrived at the battlefield, they were disappointed to find that the battle they came to interfere with had already concluded. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder what had taken place here. They had hurried their way over here as soon as they heard the commotion. They had even ignored the monsters that tried to attack them, afraid they would miss out on the action. While the plain of fallen gods was vast, it had no more than 20 regional bosses. But maybe because of how few regional bosses there were here, each regional boss offered extraordinary rewards. It was especially so for the first kill rewards. Due to this, competition over the plain of fallen gods' regional bosses was exceptionally intense. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a swarm of players would gather at even the slightest sign of a regional boss. Yet, even though they had taken such a short time to reach the battlefield, they failed to find even a single monster after arriving, let alone players. It was as if the battle they heard was nothing but a dream. While teams of holy race experts were coming and going from the battlefield, the Dawnlight Party was cautiously resting in a small cave deep within the depths of the canyon. The party of 6 didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they tentatively stared at the countdown timer displayed in the corner of their vision, the timer indicating how much time was left until they could log out of the game. 10 more seconds. This barrier should hold up. Budding Leaf whispered as she watched several holy race teams investigate the canyon outside. These holy race players are truly insane. How did so many of them show up in less than 3 minutes? It's a good thing that you guys fought quickly, leader. Otherwise, we would have had to fight against over 1,000 holy race experts. Billowing Water also gazed out of the cave solemnly, not daring to relax her guard. Although she had already heard about the situation regarding the Western Continent's inland region from Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo, she still couldn't help but be frightened by all the holy race teams outside. Every holy race player that came to check in on the canyon was at level 160, tier 5 and above. Moreover, every one of them gave off a presence comparable to the veterans of 7 Luminaries Town, and each team had at least 3 experts of Sky Pivot and Moon Bamboo's caliber. Even though Billowing Water stood among the apex of the Eternal Contents experts, she was reduced to the weakest caste in this place. We were lucky this time. We could have never finished the boss so quickly without Black Flame's help, Sky Pivot said, smiling. As we previously discussed, we'll log off to rest for 6 hours. The holy race players outside should give up and leave for good after failing to find anything for 6 hours. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, as soon as their respective timers counted down to 0, they promptly chose to log out of the game one after another. Just as everyone was fading out of existence, Billowing Water couldn't help but look at Shifeng's fading figure with a complicated look. Originally, she thought she could let Shifeng know his insignificance by bringing him to the Western Continent. She never thought she would be the one being shown how insignificant she was instead. In fact, if it weren't for Shifeng's assistance this time, their party would have never been able to kill the half-snake in general and secure the regional boss's lucrative loot. Star Lake City, Zero Wing Training Center. As the sun set, the virtual gaming cabin of a special living quarter slowly opened. Then, Shifeng climbed out of the cabin, grabbed one of the life potions placed next to the cabin, and drank it while admiring the cityscape outside the window. As one of Star Lake City's large training centers, the Zero Wing Training Center was only a couple of streets away from the city's commercial center. Even as the sky darkened, the streets outside the building remained bustling with cars and people. Many of these people were young talents who had come from the surrounding towns to join the city's various powers. It seems Zero Wing's fame has spread quite a bit, Shifeng thought in surprise when he saw the long line of people waiting to enter the Zero Wing Training Center. Previously, the long line of people waiting outside the Zero Wing Training Center was mainly due to Zero Wing's partnership with the Green God Corporation. The Green God Corporation had encouraged many of its members, who had been kicked out of Silver Frost City, to come to Star Lake City and join Zero Wing. However, even after several days had passed, the number of people seeking to join Zero Wing did not decrease. On the contrary, it was continuously increasing. After learning that Zero Wing was recruiting members, many powers operating in the neighboring towns had even paid a hefty price to send their young talents to take Zero Wing's recruitment test. Because of this, Gentle Snow and Hidden Soul had to work hectically these past few days. Shifeng even had to start worrying about the training center's lack of space and thinking about purchasing more real estate in Star Lake City. Otherwise, Zero Wing could, at most, afford to recruit around 1,000 geniuses to nurture. If Zero Wing only had 1,000 geniuses to work with, who knew how long it would take for the guild to gain more mental strength grandmasters, become recognized as a Class 2 guild by the Gods Domain Association, and become qualified to move into a second-tier city. I've already received the Blaze conglomerate's promised 3 billion star coins, but the 10 drops of Stardew will probably take another day or two to arrive. Looking at his watch, Sherfong inwardly prayed, "Let's hope these Stardews can help Zero Wing reach Class 2 quickly. Otherwise, the guild's development in the Crystal City of Secrets will stagnate." The development of human powers on the Western continent was much faster than he anticipated. The Seven Luminaries Alliance had already established a town on the Western continent. At this rate, he could already tell that the conflict between humans and the Holy Race would happen much sooner and at a much greater intensity. Currently, Zero Wing might have relied on the secret crystal trading firm's benefits to recruit a batch of fifth-floor experts. But if Zero Wing couldn't offer any additional benefits, these fifth-floor experts were bound to leave Zero Wing once they fulfilled their contract. While Sherfong was contemplating how he should distribute the 10 drops of Stardew, Gentle Snow suddenly contacted him. "Commander Redfrost is here to see you, guild leader. She says she has something urgent to discuss with you. Should I let her in?" "Commander Red Frost wants to see me?" Sherfong was surprised by Red Frost's visit. As the Star Lake Legion's commander, Red Frost was a very busy person, and even the Legion's vice commanders could rarely meet her, let alone get her to visit them in person. Immediately, Sherfong had Gentle Snow lead Red Frost to the top floor's VIP lounge. Zero Wing Training Center, VIP lounge. When Sherfong stepped into the room, he saw Red Frost sitting on the sofa, fiddling with a data key. The current Red Frost wore a cold expression, devoid of her usual cheerful demeanor. "You're finally here, my almighty Vice Commander," Red Frost said, a hint of curiosity appearing on her cold face. "May I know if my esteemed Vice Commander can answer me one question? What on earth have you done to provoke 15 third-tier mobile cities to initiate a city battle with us? All of them will even be arriving together in 7 days. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3502. Chapter 576, Sanctuary's Curse. Chapter 3502. Chapter 576, Sanctuary's Curse. Chapter 576, Sanctuary's Curse. Red Frost spoke without emotion, her indifferent voice adding a layer of frost to the room's atmosphere. Despite having already become a 1-star Grandmaster, Sherfong was still affected by this chilly atmosphere. 15 third-tier cities have declared war on us simultaneously. It's been centuries since such a thing happened in our region, Red Frost said with emphasis as she scrutinized Sherfong. The last time such a thing happened, Silver Frost City hadn't even become a second-tier city yet. If not for the city, Lord, having a favorable view of you, do you know what kind of situation you would be facing right now? There might seem like a large number of third-tier mobile cities operating on the Starlight continent, but they were in reality rather limited in numbers. Normally, a third-tier city would only come across another third-tier city after wandering about for several months. And unless a new energy vein was discovered, it was highly unlikely for multiple third-tier cities to be present in the same location at the same time. Meanwhile, even a handful of third-tier cities competing over an energy vein would typically result in some of the involved cities losing a couple of the energy veins they originally owned. In severe cases, some of the involved cities might even be knocked back to their starting point and forced to survive with just one energy vein. In that state, they would be at risk of running out of energy at any moment and cease to be a city. As for the current situation where 15 third-tier cities were gathering to attack Star Lake City together, Red Frost couldn't even begin to imagine what would become of Star Lake City if this situation wasn't handled properly. "I haven't done anything as over-the-top as you might think," Sherfong said, chuckling as he looked at Red Frost's solemn expression. "If there's anything I've done, It's simply disrespecting the son of Silver Frost City's city lord. As soon as Sher Feng finished speaking, Red Frost couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. You're saying you offended Xiao Quan, the son of the city lord overseeing the second-tier mobile city of our region? Red Frost couldn't help but seek confirmation. That's right. It's him, Sher Feng said, nodding. How audacious of you, Red Frost commented before pursing her lips. That fellow's the most favored child of Silver Frost City's city lord. He's slated to inherit the city lord position in the future. If you have offended him, neither you nor Zero Wing can continue operating within Silver Frost City's territory. Not even our city lord can cover for you this time. Sher Feng wasn't surprised by Red Frost's words. Instead, he smiled and said, the city lord might not be able to cover for me now, but what if Star Lake City becomes a second-tier mobile city? This time, the situation differed from when the Paimon conglomerate was applying pressure on Star Lake City. Star Lake City's jurisdiction fell under the Galaxy conglomerate, so the most the Paimon conglomerate could do was tempt other third-tier cities into attacking Star Lake City. If it tried to do anything more, the Galaxy conglomerate would no longer turn a blind eye to its actions. As for the incident this time, all parties involved fell within the Galaxy conglomerate's jurisdiction. So, no matter how much the conflict escalated, the Galaxy conglomerate would not intervene. A second-tier mobile city? Red Frost laughed. Do you think the Star Lake Legion has what it takes to win against 15 city legions simultaneously? City battles in the real world differed from battles in God's domain. Not only would participants have their physiques heavily suppressed, but even the weapons and equipment they could access highly depended on their mental strength standard. The stronger the weapons and equipment participants tried to manifest, the stronger their mental strength needed to be. So, one could say that a city battle was a mental strength competition. However, city battles could only be regarded as competitions of mental strength only if they were one-on-one scenarios. In a situation where both sides were limited to only 10 battle groups and 200 participants, there were limited means each side could employ after they scattered their forces across different occupation points. In a one-versus-many scenario, things would be different. It was especially so when one side consisted of 15 cities. The side with 15 cities could deploy 150 battle groups consisting of 3,000 participants. In such a situation, they would be more than capable of using various large-scale magic arrays. For example, they could use large-scale magic barriers to suppress the enemy. They could also use large-scale offensive magic arrays powered by several hundred magical class players to launch attacks that players of the same tier could not resist. They could even deploy large-scale defensive magic arrays that could easily stop attacks from players of the same tier. It was no exaggeration to say that one-versus-one simulation warfare and one-versus-many simulation warfare were two entirely different types of conflict. In the latter case, the impact that individual players could have on the battle would be diminished significantly. I cannot guarantee whether we can win. Looking at Red Frost, Sher Feng contemplated for a moment before asking, if you were to recover your peak strength, how likely are you to win the Tier 6 battle, Commander Red Frost? Recover my peak strength? Red Frost couldn't help but look at Sher Feng curiously for a moment when she heard his question. Then she laughed and said, do you have a way to let me recover? Do you even know what kind of injury I have suffered? The source of your body's mana has been damaged, and it has led to the severe weakening of your mana strength, right? Sher Feng said, chuckling. According to the rumors floating about in Star Lake City, Red Frost possessed astonishing talent. Yet, she plummeted from grace after suffering some kind of injury during her campaign in the 12 Sanctuaries. Meanwhile, based on his observations during the last city battle, Sher Feng found that, despite being at Tier 6, Red Frost's mana was abnormally thin. He also noticed that she didn't make use of any mana throughout the entire battle, relying only on her weapon, equipment, and techniques. This was a very bizarre way to fight for a pseudo-great grandmaster. The only explanation Sherfone could come up with to explain the situation was that Red Frost had suffered damage to her mana source, which, in turn, led to a drastic decrease in her mana strength. This was a phenomenon he had heard of before, and it could be said to be a type of curse in the 12 sanctuaries. Without the proper means to resolve it, players would be stuck with it forever. The curse would follow them, even if they started a new account. Originally, Sherfone didn't have any way of combating this curse. Unless Red Frost could kill the person who cursed her, her mana would be permanently weakened. However, after learning about the Western continent's mana purification techniques, he was confident he could resolve Red Frost's problem with ease. Do you truly have a solution? Red Frost shot up from her seat and stared intently at Sherfone, the excitement in her eyes very apparent. The sanctuary's curse was something she had never mentioned to anyone. She would also never use mana, even during normal battles, and she would only fight while relying on her basic attributes. Even if others took notice of her strange behavior, they would only think that it was her style of combat. They wouldn't suspect a problem with her mana. I wouldn't have brought it up if I didn't have a solution, Sherfone asserted. So, once again, how confident are you in winning the Tier 6 battle if you can recover your peak strength, Commander Red Frost? I'm sure you know that fighting multiple cities simultaneously is a completely different experience from fighting just one city. There are many more means our opponents can employ, so the battle isn't something the individual player can influence easily. After pondering for a moment, Red Frost answered, "If I can recover my peak strength, I would probably have a 30 to 40% chance of winning the Tier 6 battle." Up to 40%. Sherfone was a little surprised by Red Frost's answer. Originally, he felt that, even if he looked at the situation optimistically, Red Frost would only have a 20% chance of victory. Moreover, this was built on the foundation that Red Frost was a pseudo-great grandmaster. What if we add in a battle group that's fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3503, Chapter 577, On the Basis that I Am Black Flame. Chapter 3503, Chapter 577, On the Basis that I Am Black Flame. Chapter 577, On the Basis that I Am Black Flame. A battle group fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. When Red Frost heard Sherfang's words, she felt he was joking with her. Whether it was legendary weapons or legendary equipment, both were incredibly rare and precious in the greater god's domain. Even upper-ranking hegemonic powers would rarely be willing to let their developing paragons use these items. Take Star Lake Legion, for example. The entire Legion only had 3 legendary weapons and equipment in its possession, and all 3 were on loan from the City Lord after he dug into his own pockets to acquire them. The Star Lake Legion couldn't even afford to fully equip a player in legendary items, let alone a full battle group consisting of 20 participants. In fact, not even top-ranking second-tier mobile cities would dare to think of fully equipping a 20-man battle group in legendary items. Indeed, a battle group fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Sherfone nodded. If you can have such a battle group under you, how confident are you at winning, Commander Red Frost? Normally, only upper-ranking hegemonic powers and above could possibly accomplish the feat of fully equipping a 20-man battle group in legendary weapons and equipment. Ordinary hegemonic powers and corporations operating in third-tier cities shouldn't even consider doing such a thing. However, he was in possession of the Divine Engraver legacy. He was also a basic apprentice Divine Engraver. So long as he could further develop the strength of his mana by a little bit, it shouldn't be difficult for him to learn how to draw intermediate divine patterns in 7 days. Previously, he had already mastered drawing a set of basic divine patterns. The only reason he didn't attempt to learn how to draw intermediate divine patterns and become a bona fide divine engraver was that he lacked God crystals. If he wanted to learn a set of intermediate divine patterns from the divine engraver legacy, he would need to spend 50 God crystals. This was not an amount that the average power could take out. Back then, he would have needed to sell everything he owned just to gather the required 50 God crystals. Not to mention, becoming a bona fide divine engraver wasn't his priority back then. So he didn't bother to invest too much time and resources into the endeavor. Now, though, not only did the Green God Corporation secretly gather a group of lifestyle talents for him, but he had also received a large amount of funds. He could begin nurturing a large batch of players into apprentice divine engravers at any time, and it wouldn't be long before these players became apprentice divine engravers. If he couldn't become an official divine engraver before that happened, he wouldn't be able to carry out his subsequent plans. After all, he couldn't possibly spend 50 God crystals to let someone else learn from the Book of Eternity in his place. The cheapest and safest way to carry out his plans would be if he learned how to draw intermediate divine patterns himself. Meanwhile, once he could draw intermediate divine patterns, he would be able to strengthen fragmented legendary items. At that time, he would simply have to strengthen a battle group fully equipped with fragmented legendary items. Then he would have himself a battle group that possessed basic attributes, rivaling a battle group fully equipped with legendary items. Moreover, he wouldn't have to worry about applying too much extra burden on the participant's mental state. Of course, to keep his ability to draw divine patterns a secret as much as possible, he still couldn't reveal too many. A 20-man battle group was about the limit. If he strengthened the weapons and equipment of only 20 participants, he could still justify it by claiming to have purchased a batch of intermediate divine patterns at an exorbitant price. Anymore, and he would have a hard time explaining himself. If he were to accidentally expose to the various powers his ability to draw intermediate divine patterns, it'd be the end of the road for him. Whether it was Demon's Gate or the Seven Luminaries Alliance, every apex power would try to capture him at all costs to take control of the intermediate divine patterns in his possession. With his current strength, there would be nothing he could do to resist. If you can get such a battle group for me, there is nothing else I can say. Grinning, Red Frost patted her well-endowed chest and expressed confidently, "If I still can't secure victory in the Tier 6 battle, I will help you with anything you need in the future without question." Looking at Red Frost's seductive and noble appearance, Sherfong suddenly felt that if Blackie and the others were to learn of Red Frost's suggestion, they would 100% hope that the coalition of 15 cities would win against Star Lake City. Setting aside the fact that Red Frost was a stunning beauty, just the fact that she was a pseudo-great grandmaster was already enough to tempt any upper-ranking hegemonic power and pseudo-apex power into recruiting her. In the greater world, 3-star grandmasters could control a city, while great grandmasters could influence the direction of an entire continent's development. A great grandmaster could also control a first-tier city and command respect from the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates. If you have no problems with the Tier 6 battle, winning the city battle also wouldn't be a problem, Sherfong hurriedly said when he noticed Red Frost starting to scrutinize him again. After the city battle, Star Lake City will be able to take a leap forward and become a second-tier city. I'm sure the city lord will be very interested in my proposal. The lifelong dream of many 3-star grandmasters was to preside over a second-tier mobile city. This was so they could cross the large hurdle before them and enter the realm of great grandmasters. No matter how affluent a third-tier city was, it still had far too few energy resources to supplement the birth of a great grandmaster. Even the most energy-rich location in a third-tier city would only be comparable to the central district of a second-tier city, and it was still far from matching the most energy-rich location of a second-tier city. Not to mention, a second-tier city lord enjoyed much greater status in the gods' domain association than a third-tier city lord. The Gods Domain Association was an incredibly mysterious organization in the greater world. Nobody knew about the association's origins, but everyone knew that the association could produce great grandmasters. Or, more specifically, apart from certain special opportunities in God's domain, the only way a person could become a great grandmaster in the greater world was by relying on the God's Domain Association. In fact, the majority of the greater world's great grandmasters only existed because of the association. Star Lake City Lord was already old, and his chances of becoming a great grandmaster were slim. If he wanted to achieve a breakthrough and prolong his lifespan and youth, his only option would be to become the city lord of a second-tier city. You're right. Returning to her seat, Red Frost crossed her legs and nodded. Then she smiled and said, "The city lord will not be able to resist a chance to become a second-tier city lord. He will even be willing to stake his life for it. But the problem is, on what basis do you expect us to believe you can fulfill any of your promises?" Shifeng's proposal, indeed, tempted Red Frost. Her mind had even temporarily fallen into disarray because of it. However, she was a pseudo-great grandmaster. She was also the Silver Lake Legion's commander, and she wielded the most authority in Star Lake City after the city lord. She naturally wouldn't trust someone so easily. Not to mention, Shifeng's offer sounded too good to be true. Shifeng also sat back down. Then, looking at Red Frost in the eye, he calmly said, "On the basis that I am Black Flame." Shifeng did not speak in a loud voice. Yet his words had seemingly stopped time as the lounge fell completely silent. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3504. Chapter 578, Regional Bosses Loot. Chapter 3504. Chapter 578, Regional Bosses Loot. Chapter 578. Regional Bosses Loot Black Flame? Your Zero Wings Guild Leader, Black Flame. Red Frost shot up from her seat, once again, and looked at Shifeng in disbelief. This time, she strongly believed Shifeng was joking with her. Black Flame had already become a household name in the greater God's domain. Black Flame was also why she and the City Lord had a very optimistic view of Zero Wing's future. It was especially so for Red Frost after she took an in-depth look into Black Flame's growth process. The only word she could use to describe Black Flame was shocking. First, Black Flame had gotten into the Luminous Glory list. Later, he entered the Eternal Realm and single-handedly suppressed several upper-ranking powers and Holy Race powers. Then, just when everyone thought Black Flame's success was only a product of luck, he appeared in the miniature ancient world and accomplished something even more astonishing. Despite being a Tier 5 player, Black Flame had single-handedly slain a Tier 6 Berserker god and slaughtered tens of thousands of experts across a distance of hundreds of kilometers. After the battle, he was even ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list, granting him great fame across the greater god's domain for some time. However, all of this was not important. As a former Sacred Glory list expert, Red Frost knew that the ranking list was merely the tip of the iceberg. Many talented paragons were still not ranked on the Sacred Glory list. More specifically, these were the talents secretly nurtured by the various upper-ranking hegemonic powers and above. Meanwhile, in the eyes of these talents, the Sacred Glory list was nothing more than a joke to entertain the masses. It wasn't something worth taking seriously at all. But after conducting in-depth research on Black Flame, Red Frost also realized that the Sacred Glory list had only revealed a small portion of Black Flame's true potential. What was truly frightening about Black Flame was his rate of growth. Black Flame's growth was simply unheard of. When Black Flame first entered the Sacred Glory list, he was merely suspected to be a 5th-floor expert. Yet, even though only a short time had passed, he was now in existence who had mastered a gold combat technique. Even back in her heyday, her growth would be insignificant compared to Black Flame's. At one point, Red Frost even suspected that Black Flame might be an old monster who had decided to come out of retirement and establish a guild out of boredom. Yet, she was now being told that Black Flame, Zero Wing's mythical guild leader and the Lord of War goddesses, was actually a young man in his 30s, and he wasn't even a mental strength master not long ago. How could she possibly believe this? Indeed, it is, Shi Feng said, smiling and nodding as he looked at Red Frost's shocked expression. Will that be enough to prove I can fulfill my promises? He didn't find Red Frost's reaction particularly strange. Anyone who bothered to do some research would more than likely assume that Black Flame was someone of significant age. After all, Black Flame's rate of growth was highly abnormal. Many people even suspected that Black Flame might have originated from some ancient power. Otherwise, how could he be so bold as to challenge multiple pseudo-apex powers? Unfortunately, no matter how everyone racked their minds, they would probably never imagine that he was a reincarnator, much less a reincarnator who had reincarnated more than once. How can I trust that you are Black Flame? Red Frost sternly asked, her previously cheerful and charming appearance nowhere to be seen. Simple. Tapping on his watch, Shi Feng summoned a holographic panel displaying his god's domain profile. I can't possibly falsify my god's domain ID, right? While exposing his identity as Black Flame came with risks, it was a much less significant secret to expose compared to the divine engraver legacy. After all, in the various powers' eyes, Black Flame was merely a developing monster. As a Tier 5 player, Black Flame couldn't even pose a significant threat to upper-ranking hegemonic powers, let alone pseudo-apex and apex powers. However, Black Flame's identity held significant meaning for Red Frost, the Star Lake Legion's commander. This was because only those who had come into personal contact with him would know how abnormal his rate of growth truly was. The worth of his future potential easily surpassed the worth of a second-tier city. You really are Black Flame. When Red Frost saw the ID displayed on the holographic panel, she couldn't help but look at Shi Feng as if she had just seen a priceless treasure. Aren't you afraid I'll leak your identity? The Paimon conglomerate still has a bounty on your head, and not only has the bounty grown to 1 billion star coins, but it also includes a permanent residential slot in a first-tier city. I doubt you will be tempted by such trifling rewards, Commander Red Frost, Shi Feng said, chuckling. If you could be so easily tempted, you would never have stayed in Star Lake City. You would have long moved into a first-tier city and enjoyed much greater status in the greater world. No matter how weak Red Frost had become in God's domain, it did not change the fact that she was a pseudo-great grandmaster in the real world. This alone was enough to net her a core executive position in any pseudo-apex power. Had she taken on such a position, she could have promptly moved into one of the high and mighty special-tier mobile cities, let alone a first-tier mobile city. You are correct. Red Frost nodded, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Then she took a deep breath and continued, Since you have proven yourself to be Black Flame, I will no longer question the feasibility of tackling the 15 cities. I will also personally speak to the city lord about your proposal. Black Flame had single-handedly annihilated the experts of 3 upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the miniature ancient world. So, defeating 15 third-tier city legions would be nothing more than repeating that feat, not to mention. Black Flame had stated that he could help her recover to her peak. I will have to trouble you with that, then, Commander Red Frost, Shi Feng expressed his gratitude. No trouble, it's no trouble at all, Red Frost said, smiling. Just don't forget your promise to me. Naturally. I guarantee you'll recover to your peak in 7 days, Shi Feng affirmed. He was rather confident in obtaining a mana purification technique in 7 days. After all, mana purification techniques weren't particularly rare on the Western continent. It was even possible to exchange for mana purification techniques using resources in 7 Luminaries Town. Of course, bronze purification techniques were still a little tricky to obtain. This could be seen by how only a minority of the veteran players operating in Seven Luminaries Town had learned a bronze purification technique. If he couldn't get his hands on a bronze purification technique in 7 days, he would have to settle with exchanging a common purification technique. Even if it couldn't resolve Red Frost's problem completely, it should more or less recover some of her Tier 6 mana strength. Following this, Sherfong and Red Frost spent the next 3 hours discussing the details of their cooperation. This also meant that 6 hours had passed in God's domain, so Sherfong promptly returned to his living quarters and logged back into the game as soon as he concluded his discussion with Red Frost. Everyone in the Dawnlight party had agreed to log back into the game at a specific time. If he let the others wait for him for too long, they might fall into danger. After all, the plane of fallen gods remained the Holy Race players' territory. The Holy Race players would not hesitate to join forces to subjugate any human players they discovered on the map. Hence, every second and minute a human player spent on the plane of fallen gods was incredibly dangerous. Plane of fallen gods. You're back, Brother Black Flame. When Sky Pivot saw Sherfong appearing, he solemnly said, "Now that everyone's here, we will split the loot according to our previous agreement." "No problem." Sherfong nodded when he saw the excitement on Sky Pivot's face. The half-snakekin general had dropped 11 items previously. However, as they were in a rush before, they quickly collected the items closest to them before fleeing to this cave. Then, they hastily logged out of the game after setting up a magic barrier on the cave's entrance. So, even until now, nobody knew what they had obtained from the regional boss. Subsequently, under Sky Pivot's command, everyone took out the items they looted. Immediately afterward, the density of mana and various other energies in the cave started to rise rapidly. Even eternal energy had started to gather from all directions. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3505. Chapter 579, Soul Blood. Chapter 3505. Chapter 579, Soul Blood. Chapter 579, Soul Blood. What dense eternal energy! Incredible. The eternal energy gathered here is already denser than when we defeated the final boss of that Hell Mode Team dungeon. Sky Pivot and the other original members of the Dawnlight party promptly lost their calm when they sensed the change in their surrounding environment. Is that really the case, leader? Has the loot of this regional boss gathered denser eternal energy than a Hell Mode Team dungeon's final boss? Billowing Water asked out of curiosity. She wasn't aware of the Western continent's loot situation, so she didn't share the same reaction as Sky Pivot and the others. In God's domain, the higher the quality of an item, the more mana it could attract from the surroundings. But judging by the reactions of Sky Pivot and the others, although the half-snaken general's loot had also attracted a lot of mana, the standard of judging an item's quality was evidently based on the eternal energy the item attracted. "It is much denser," Sky Pivot said, nodding. "Our party previously collaborated with a couple of other parties to raid a Hell Mode Team dungeon, but the final boss's loot only doubled the density of the surrounding eternal energy. The affected area was also only limited to a 10-yard radius," Moon Bamboo explained. "But as you can see, these items have increased the surrounding eternal energy's density by several times. If not for the magic barrier we've set up, the area they can influence might even increase to a radius of several hundred yards. Essentially, we've struck gold this time." "Indeed." Looking at the 11 items on the ground, Budding Leaf sighed ruefully and said, "When we participated in the joint dungeon raid, a total of 8 noteworthy items dropped, and our party only received 2. Our party even lost 2 members during the raid. Even so, we still ended up profiting significantly. But what we got from that raid is nothing compared to our current harvest." The Dawnlight party had obtained 2 valuable items from the Hell Mode Team dungeon they raided. Of them, one was a bronze mana purification technique, while the other was a combat-ranked secret treasure. The bronze purification technique was given to Moon Bamboo, the vice party leader of the team, while the combat-ranked secret treasure was given to Sky Pivot. After receiving their respective treasures, both Moon Bamboo and Sky Pivot saw a significant increase in strength. Even after accounting for the loss of their 2 party members, the Dawnlight Party's overall strength still increased significantly, allowing the party to retain its status in 7 Luminaries Town. Enough talking. The barrier might be able to prevent the Holy Race players outside from detecting us, but some of them might have scouting skills that can see through the barrier's concealment. Let's quickly appraise these items before trouble finds us, Sky Pivot urged. Moon Bamboo nodded and promptly began to use her identification skill to appraise the 11 items. Many of the Holy Race's combat methods and skills were incomprehensible to human players. As a result, many parties failed to survive their encounters with Holy Race players. So, it was best to avoid contact with Holy Race players as much as possible. 30 seconds later, Moon Bamboo finished appraising the 11 items, the speed of her appraisal astonishing even Shurfeng. We really lucked out this time, Moon Bamboo exclaimed. Other than 4 common secret treasures and 2 legendary materials, we also got 1 bronze purification technique and 4 combat secret treasures. There's a bronze purification technique and 4 combat secret treasures. Sky Pivot and the others couldn't help but be astonished. Billowing Water found this outcome especially shocking. Whether it was the bronze purification technique or combat secret treasures, both were extremely rare on the Western continent. According to her understanding, even 7 Luminaries Town's veteran parties wouldn't necessarily own a bronze purification technique or combat secret treasure. Most were still stuck with common purification technique and common secret treasures. Yet, their party had obtained 1 bronze purification technique and 4 combat secret treasures from killing just 1 regional boss. This was an unbelievable harvest. Brother Blackflame, as per our agreement and your contribution to the party, this bronze purification technique belongs to you, Sky Pivot calmly said. Besides that, you and Billow can have priority in choosing 1 item from the remaining items. Moon Bamboo, Budding Leaf, and Splashing Fire did not object to Sky Pivot's arrangement. They simply looked at the party's 2 newcomers. Although they had reaped a huge harvest this time, Sky Pivot had already informed them of the promises he previously made to Shurfeng and Billowing Water. They had also agreed to Sky Pivot's decision before they set out, so they weren't about to kick up a fuss now. Not to mention, even if they conceded 3 items, the rest of the loot was still plenty astonishing. Meanwhile, Billowing Water couldn't help but look at Shurfeng enviously when she heard he would be receiving a bronze purification technique. For newcomers like themselves to survive on the Western continent, it was imperative that they strengthen their mana as soon as possible. Not to mention, a bronze purification technique could undoubtedly provide a huge increase in strength. If she could get her hands on one and learn it successfully, she was confident she could enter 7 Luminaries Town's upper ranks. Would you like to make a trade with me, Miss Billow? Shurfeng quietly asked when he noticed Billowing Water's yearning for the bronze purification technique. We previously agreed that half of my earnings in the Forbidden Zone would belong to you. If I give this bronze purification technique to you, can we settle the matter? Are you really willing to trade this bronze purification technique for half of your harvests later? Billowing Water asked, confused by Shurfeng's offer. Even though she hadn't spent much time in 7 Luminaries Town, she knew how valuable a bronze purification technique was. It was highly unlikely they would get another bronze purification technique in their subsequent exploration. So, Shurfeng would be losing out big time if he were to trade away his bronze purification technique to offset the earnings he needed to split with her afterward. Of course, Shurfeng said, smiling. While the bronze purification technique is valuable, it isn't something I must have right now. Moreover, if you can strengthen your mana, it will make subsequent explorations in this party easier. We will also have a greater chance of obtaining a second bronze purification technique and more precious items. Okay, I agree to your offer, Billowing Water said, finding Shifeng's reasoning to be valid. If she could learn a bronze purification technique, the Dawnlight party's overall strength would further increase. Afterward, they would have an easier time exploring the plane of fallen gods, and their chances of obtaining better loot would also increase. If another bronze purification technique truly did drop, Shifeng would have bet correctly and earned much more than he originally would have. Immediately, Shifeng handed the bronze purification technique he obtained to Billowing Water and strode toward the 10 remaining items. I'll choose this one, Shifeng said as he picked up a crystal vial containing a drop of scarlet liquid. The scarlet liquid was called Soul Blood, and it was one of the 2 legendary materials dropped by the regional boss. Seeing this, Billowing Water couldn't help but be surprised once again. This time, though, she completely failed to understand why Shifeng would choose a legendary material instead of the more precious combat secret treasures. However, what Billowing Water did not know was that the reason Shifeng had decided to trade away the precious bronze purification technique in the first place was precisely so that he could keep this unassuming soul blood. Are you sure you want to choose the soul blood, Brother Black Flame? When Sky Pivot saw Shifeng choosing the crystal vial, he couldn't help but seek further confirmation from Shifeng. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3506, Chapter 580, Tier 6 Advanced Concentration. Chapter 3506, Chapter 580, Tier 6 Advanced Concentration, Chapter 580. Tier 6 Advanced Concentration, Brother Black Flame. While the description of soul blood states that can be used to permanently improve a player's concentration, its actual effects are minimal. Splashing Fire sincerely explained when he saw Shifeng using his privilege to acquire the soul blood. Quite a few parties in town have obtained the soul blood before, and they were all deceived by its described effects initially. They all thought they had gotten their hands on some great treasure, and one of the top-ranking teams had even paid a significant amount of money to purchase the soul blood from others. However, out of everyone who has used soul blood, not a single person managed to raise their concentration standards. It was quite a well-known incident back then, Budding Leaf added. The team originally intended to use soul blood to raise 3 of its newcomers' concentration standards from Tier 6 Basic to Tier 6 Intermediate since, after factoring in the help of a mana purification technique, the team would promptly gain 3 more capable combatants. However, even though all 3 of those newcomers were originally already stuck at the limits of the Tier 6 Basic standard, none of them managed to raise their concentration to the Tier 6 Intermediate standard. The outcome nearly drove everyone on that team to madness. Moon Bamboo also nodded, expressing her agreement with Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf. By now, they had already regarded Shifeng as one of their own. Not to mention, as a half-step Tier 6 expert, Shifeng might become even stronger than Sky Pivot once he learned a mana purification technique. So, it was in their best interest to dissuade him from a bad decision and form a good relationship with him. Even at the limits of the Tier 6 Basic standard, they didn't achieve a breakthrough? Billowing Water was taken aback when she heard Budding Leaf's explanation. Previously, she, too, had contemplated whether she should go for the soul blood. After all, if she could push her concentration to the Tier 6 Intermediate standard, paired with the bronze mana purification technique, she could reach the half-step Tier 6 standard, or possibly even higher. It's fine. I'll choose it, Shifeng stated firmly as he continued holding onto the soul blood. Soul blood was a material unique to the Eternal Realm, and it was available in scarce quantities. During his previous life, any soul blood that appeared on the market would be immediately snatched up by the various pseudo-apex and apex powers. Other powers wouldn't even have a chance to obtain one. Honestly, Feng had still been skeptical when he first saw the vial of soul blood previously. After all, how could he come across one so easily? However, after Moon Bamboo appraised it, he promptly resolved to make a trade with Billowing Water. Soul Blood's introduction was true in that it could be used to improve a player's concentration standard. However, what the introduction didn't mention was how players should go about using Soul Blood. Because of this, during the initial phase of Soul Blood's discovery, players would ingest Soul Blood directly and receive negligible improvements to their concentration. This, in turn, led to Soul Blood being treated as garbage by players and left in a corner to collect dust for a considerable amount of time after its initial discovery. During his previous life, it wasn't until players discovered a library that had survived in the Eternal Realm since the mythical era did the various powers become aware of the correct way to utilize Soul Blood. When that discovery was made, it caused a sensation throughout the entire Greater Gods domain. According to records found in the ancient library, there were 3 ways to utilize Soul Blood. The first method was to ingest it directly. This method yielded the worst results, and it could only let players with concentration below the Tier 6 standard achieve a 1-rank improvement. Moreover, this method would only be effective once, with subsequent consumptions of Soul Blood not yielding any improvements. And if players with Tier 6 concentration tried to ingest Soul Blood directly, they would only receive negligible improvements. The second method was to refine Soul Blood into a Soul Amplification Potion. When players consumed the Soul Amplification Potion, they would see a permanent increase of 1 or 2 ranks to their concentration standard. While players of all concentration standards could use this second method, each player could only consume 1 Soul Amplification Potion in their lifetime. The third method was to merge with the Soul Blood by dripping it onto one's eye. This method would cause players to experience scorching pain like no other in their souls. So long as players could endure the pain and avoid losing consciousness throughout the merging process, the Soul Blood would thoroughly merge with their souls and permanently improve their concentration by 1 rank. Likewise, each player could only use this method once in their lifetime. Of the 3 methods, the second method was both the safest and most effective. Coming in second in effectiveness was the third method, but it was also the riskiest of the 3 methods. However, regardless of the method, players could only try one. Once they successfully applied one of the 3 methods, they would become immune to the effects of Soul Blood. Currently, producing the Soul Amplification Potion was out of the question for Feng. Firstly, he didn't have the recipe. Secondly, even if he did have the recipe, he would need a great Grandmaster Alchemist to produce the potion for him, and it would be done at a low success rate of 30 to 40%. Hence, he could only go with the third method of utilizing the Soul Blood. It was also the most common method used by players who had obtained Soul Blood in his previous life. Although the Soul Amplification Potion could improve concentration by up to 2 ranks, the opportunity for players with Tier 6 concentration to permanently increase their concentration by 1 rank was enough to make countless experts lose their minds. It was especially so for players operating on the Western continent. Such an improvement would allow players to achieve a qualitative improvement. When Sky Pivot and the others saw Feng's determination, they no longer tried to dissuade him. Instead, they proceeded with allocating the remaining loot based on party contribution. Unsurprisingly, the 4 combat secret treasures were distributed to Sky Pivot, Moon Bamboo, Billowing Water, and Feng. As for the 4 common secret treasures, they were evenly distributed between Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf. Once the party finished distributing the loot, Sky Pivot promptly summoned a dozen rat-sized stealth summons and scattered them outside the cave. When it came to scouting, these stealth summons were as capable as rangers and assassins. With one eye closed, Sky Pivot observed the situation outside the cave through the eyes of his summons. Then he solemnly said, "There are still a couple of holy race teams outside. I'm afraid we'll have to wait until they move some distance away before we can leave. Sure enough, those people won't give up so easily. I guess we just have to have a competition of patience with them like always, Splashing Fire said, unperturbed by this outcome. Then he went to sit in a corner of the cave and started researching the common secret treasures he just obtained. As for everyone else, they, too, began researching their respective harvests while awaiting further orders from the party leader. I guess I can also use this opportunity to raise my concentration, Shifeng thought when he saw that everyone was busy with their respective affairs. Then he stepped into a dark corner of the cave and cautiously dripped the soul blood onto his right eye. Immediately after the scarlet liquid made contact with his eyeball, Shifeng immediately felt rampant energy invading his soul and trying to corrode his entire being. In just an instant, Shifeng felt like flames were scorching his body inside and outside. It really hurts, Shifeng mentally exclaimed as he stared at the scarlet veins that appeared all over his body. He didn't think merging with the soul blood would be so excruciatingly painful. If not for the countless hardships he experienced in his previous life, he would have probably screamed in agony right about now. However, amidst the pain, Shifeng could also feel strands of eternal energy flowing into the depths of his immortal soul and improving its resilience. The painful experience lasted for a full 20 minutes before disappearing, leaving Shifeng with a sense of liberation. Immediately afterward, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations! You have achieved Tier 6 Advanced Concentration while still being at Tier 5. Rewarding Mental Dominator title. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3507. Chapter 581. Divine Kingdom's Resurgence. Chapter 3507. Chapter 581. Divine Kingdom's Resurgence. Chapter 581. Divine Kingdom's Resurgence Mental Dominator? Shifeng was surprised by the title he abruptly obtained. Mental Dominator. When the title is equipped, it weakens all mental attacks received by 20%. The effect of weakening mental attacks received by 20% might seem insignificant, but that would only be true if he were still on the Eternal Continent. On the Western Continent, the Mental Dominator title could yield him extraordinary benefits. Compared to the Eternal Continent's monsters, the Western Continent's monsters weren't all that different in basic attributes. However, because of their mastery over mental attacks, they were vastly more difficult to deal with. If he were to equip the Mental Dominator title, he would raise his resistance to mental attacks to a new level. If he were to face the half-snake in general again, he wouldn't even need to split his attention to deal with the regional boss's mental attacks. Now that my concentration has reached the Tier 6 Advanced, I can probably execute Sword of Space without channeling my mana for a long time, Shifeng theorized when he felt his control over his mana improving significantly. Then he unsheathed the Shadow Incinerator and thought, I wonder if I can break the second seal. When he previously undid the Shadow Incinerator's first seal, the weapon had gained the might of a legendary weapon. If he could undo the second seal, the godly relic could undoubtedly elevate his overall strength to a whole new level. At that time, even if he had to roam the Western Continent by himself, he would face far fewer problems. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, Shifeng tried attacking the mental nodes on the Shadow Incinerator's second seal multiple times using mental condensation in quick succession. However, the mental nodes remained completely unfazed. It seems I was hoping for too much. Shifeng wryly smiled when he saw how he had utterly failed to break the second seal. The Shadow Incinerator's second seal was of a much higher rank than the first seal. Moreover, he sensed that the effectiveness of the mental condensation technique taught to him by the primordial abyssal god had weakened significantly after his concentration reached the Tier 6 Advanced Standard. The technique did not strengthen his concentration to the Tier 6 Peak Standard and only improved it by half a rank. If he wanted to break the second seal, he would still have to raise his concentration by half a rank. Never mind. At least I won't have difficulties learning how to inscribe intermediate divine engravings now. Shi Feng quickly got over his disappointment and regained his calm. After all, his primary goal in trading away the bronze mana purification technique for the soul blood was never to undo the Shadow Incinerator's second seal. Instead, it was to upgrade his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard so that he could learn how to inscribe intermediate divine engravings quicker and have an easier time roaming the Western continent by himself. Admittedly, he could have an easier time killing legendary-ranked regional bosses if he operated with the Dawnlight Party. However, he was in possession of the Feather of Oath. So long as he could resist the mental attacks of the Western continent's monsters, he could afford to explore higher-level maps and slay legendary-ranked world bosses by himself. Not only would he get to monopolize all of the loot, but the quality would also be vastly superior to that of regional bosses. Something's up. Everyone gather. At this time, Sky Pivot suddenly disrupted the cave's tranquility, his command causing everyone to gather at the cave's entrance reflexively. What happened outside, leader? Splashing Fire asked, growing a little anxious when he saw Sky Pivot's unusually serious expression. Did the Holy Race players discover us? Their party of 6 might be strong, but the Holy Race players had many experts. Some of them could even contend against the likes of Sky Pivot. If 2 or 3 of such experts worked together, they could quickly take down Sky Pivot, let alone the rest of their party. No, that's not it, Sky Pivot said, shaking his head. Then, with a confused look, he continued, the Holy Race players outside are behaving strangely. It looks like they received a command of some sort, and they are now gathering in a particular direction. But I haven't sensed any signs of battle coming from the direction they are headed. They are heading in a direction without signs of battle. Shi Feng had his curiosity piqued a little when he heard Sky Pivot's description. The Holy Race players were similar to human players in that they were split among numerous powers. Currently, the Holy Race players operating on the plane of fallen gods all came from different powers, so their relationship with each other was that of competitors. Because of this, whenever they started to gather in the same direction, it usually meant they had perceived signs of battle coming from that direction, and they intended to contest for loot. But if there were no signs of battle, it meant that no boss battles were taking place nearby. In that case, it was very strange for the Holy Race players to gather in the same direction. It still wouldn't make sense, even if allies notified them about a boss battle taking place. If they were so far away that they couldn't perceive any signs of the battle in question, the battle would have long ended by the time they arrived at the scene, and there would be no point in them heading over. Wait, that's a city? Before anyone could come to a conclusion, Sky Pivot suddenly exclaimed, a city appeared on the plane of fallen gods. Before Sky Pivot could continue speaking, a regional announcement rang in everyone's minds. Regional system announcement. The sealed Divine Kingdom of Old has been opened. Divine Kingdom's Afterglow expansion pack activated. The announcement repeated 3 times, stunning everyone. During God's domain's mythical era, countries that could be dubbed as a divine kingdom were countries ruled by gods, and they possessed civilizations and technologies far beyond the grasp of the modern era. No wonder the Holy Race players are rushing over there. A divine kingdom. This is undoubtedly the biggest opportunity the Western continent has to offer. Splashing Fire exclaimed ruefully, if we can secure even a tiny portion of what the divine kingdom has to offer, it will probably still be better than a regional boss's loot. Moon Bamboo nodded in agreement. Then she looked at Sky Pivot and said, this is a rare opportunity, leader. Now that our party has grown much stronger, should we take a look too? Following Moon Bamboo's words, Splashing Fire, Budding Leaf, and Billowing Water also looked at Sky Pivot with hopeful and excited gazes. During the past half an hour, they had already equipped the secret treasures they had obtained. Billowing Water had also gained initial mastery over her bronze purification technique, putting her current strength close to Sky Pivot. Okay, let's go and take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Sky Pivot decided to take a gamble. Plain of Fallen Gods, Central Region. What should have been a vast forested plain was now dominated by a towering city. The city occupied the entirety of the plain of Fallen Gods, Central Region, and awed all players who approached it with its mountain-like walls. It should be known that even the walls of holy cities would normally only reach a height of 100 meters. Yet, the city that occupied the central region had walls measuring thousands of meters in height. Even birds would need to fly a long time to reach the top of the walls and cross them. As for players who couldn't fly, these walls were akin to an insurmountable barrier. At this time, though, thousands of flying mounts filled the sky above the city. Each of these flying mounts was at Tier 4 or above, and standing on the back of these flying mounts were holy race players exuding astonishing auras. Even the weakest of these holy race players exuded auras on par with the average Tier 6 human player. As for the holy race players standing atop the several Tier 5 flying mounts positioned in the lead, their presence was akin to that of gods, and they exuded holy power that distorted the surrounding space. At this time, a level 164, Tier 5 middle-aged man with a solemn appearance could be seen approaching a young man on his Tier 5 flying mount. The young man had holy patterns marking his eyes, and the middle-aged man put on a respectful expression when he arrived before the young man. Lord Royal Thunder, all Tier 6 combatants operating in the plane of fallen gods have already gathered. They number more than 50,000, and they are ready to comply with your orders, the middle-aged man reported. We have also discovered several human parties riding Tier 5 flying mounts, secretly stalking us from 3,000 yards away. Should we eliminate them before we proceed? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3508, Chapter 582, Demon of Swords. Chapter 3508, Chapter 582, Demon of Swords, Chapter 582, Demon of Swords, Human Parties? A look of interest appeared on the young man with patterned eyes. Then he turned to the fair-skinned girl with an indifferent face standing next to him and asked, "Are there any noteworthy experts among them, Feather?" "You jest, Lord Thunder. There are no noteworthy experts among humans. They are merely a bunch of ants," the girl named Extreme, Feather responded. "Currently, only the chosen ones nurtured by the humans' apex powers can put up a fight against me. Every other human is unlikely to survive a single move from me." "Is that so?" The young man named Royal Thunder couldn't help but lose interest after hearing Extreme Feather's answer. Then he turned back to the middle-aged man and said, "In that case, quickly take care of those human parties. I don't wish to waste time on them." Royal Thunder had no doubts about Extreme Feather's words. Extreme Feather was one of the 9 great chosen ones under his command, and she was one of the key figures assisting him in securing his position within his family. When he initially heard that there were human players nearby, his first thought was to find a noteworthy opponent among them for Extreme Feather. After all, only by fighting strong opponents could Extreme Feather grow quicker. But if the opponents were merely insignificant ants, there was no need to waste time on them. "Understood," the solemn middle-aged man responded before flying away with 1,000 holy race experts. Meanwhile, a little over 2,000 yards away, the various human parties operating on the plane of fallen gods had gathered together. Every party had used a Tier 5 group isolation scroll to conceal their presence. Unless one came very close to these parties, even fifth-floor experts would have difficulty noticing them. "It seems the other side has discovered us, Pivot," a robust man riding atop a Tier 5 void manta commented when he saw the 1,000 or so holy race experts flying over from a distance. Then he looked at a nearby male summoner and smiled, saying, "Will you be needing our help this time?" "Careful not to eat your own words, Fire Bull," Sky Pivot said in exasperation as he looked at the robust man. According to 7 Luminaries Town's party rankings, Dawnlight is 1 rank above Fire Demon. You should be more concerned about your own party right now. In 7 Luminaries Town, the Fire Demon Party and the Dawnlight Party could be considered rivals. However, not once did the Fire Demon Party ever manage to surpass the Dawnlight Party in rankings. Times have changed, Pivot, the robust man named Firebull said with a nonchalant smile. Our party has recently welcomed a strong newcomer, so our strength is no longer the same as before. Not to mention, didn't Dawnlight lose 2 members some time ago? Do you think your party is the only one with new members? Sky Pivot said disdainfully. Hey, not everyone is equal, Firebull said before delightedly pointing at a female swordsman with an enticing figure. Our newcomer is extraordinary. While she might be young in age, she has already reached the half-step Tier 6 standard. Even an old guy like you might have a tough time against her. Hello, party leader Sky Pivot. I am Sangsha, the Fire Demon Party's newest member. Sangsha introduced herself to Sky Pivot in a seductive voice. I am still new to 7 Luminaries Town, so I hope you can look out for me in the future. Hello, I am Sky Pivot, the Dawnlight Party's leader. Sky Pivot hurriedly introduced himself as well when he saw how polite Sangsha was. Sangsha? While looking at the Fire Demon Party's seductive new member, Shifeng suddenly recalled a name from his previous life. Demon of Swords, Sangsha. She was one of the chosen ones nurtured by the Apex Power Demon's Gate. She became a 3-star mental strength grandmaster at a very young age, and she was also the youngest person to become a taboo in Demon's Gate's history. However, outside of Demon's Gate, few people had ever seen Sangsha's true appearance. It wasn't even possible to find Sangsha's battle records through public means. Even so, the 7 Luminaries Alliance had awarded Sangsha the title of Demon of Swords and described her as an existence on par with the 10 great sword gods. At one point during Shifeng's previous life, the Midnight Tea Party's legendary existence, Endless Scars fought Sangsha. Although Endless Scars did not disclose the fight's result, Shifeng did learn one thing from Endless Scars. Only primordial gods could defeat Sangsha. The evaluation stunned Shifeng when he first heard it. Primordial gods were existences standing at the very apex of God's domain. Even among players regarded as taboos, very few could put up a fight against primordial gods, let alone stand shoulder to shoulder with primordial gods. While Shifeng wondered about Sangsha's true identity, Firebull, the Fire Demon Party's leader, directed his Void Manta closer to the Dawnlight Party. What do you think, Pivot? Look at how polite our newcomer is. Firebull boasted. I can also tell you that Sangsha isn't just polite. She can absolutely stun you once she takes action. So long as your party is willing to admit defeat, we wouldn't mind helping you out this time. Otherwise, you might not even get past the city gates before getting sent back to the Eternal Continent. Stun me. Sky Pivot couldn't help but laugh. Then he pointed at Shifeng and said, Do you know who our party's newcomer is? Who is he? Firebull responded with an expression of disdain. Black Flame, the Lord of War Goddesses, ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list. Sky Pivot proudly stated, Once those holy race experts arrive, just watch as we enter the city ahead of you. Sky Pivot wasn't worried about the approaching holy race experts. Aerial combat was different from ground combat. It was especially so when everyone currently lacked the ability to fly on their own on the Western continent. In such a situation, it was easy for several hundred players to form an impenetrable encirclement on the ground. However, in the air, where everyone had to rely on flying mounts to stay airborne, the best the holy race experts could accomplish was to have several players attack from up close. Everyone else could only rely on long-range bombardment. In such a situation, their party could simply rely on defensive magic arrays to defend against incoming attacks while they charged into the city. Meanwhile, Once they entered the city, the monsters that infested the city would greatly diminish the advantage of numbers. At that time, the Holy Race players would have a much more difficult time keeping them pinned. 11th on the Sacred Glory list. Firebull laughed. Firebull had previously thought the Dawnlight Party had recruited someone incredible for Sky Pivot to boast about so much. However, it would seem that he had overestimated his old rival and the Dawnlight Party as a whole. The party must be in dire straits if it was treating a Sacred Glory expert as a treasure. Black Flame. Meanwhile, Sangsha's gaze promptly locked onto Sherfong when she heard Sky Pivot's words, and she couldn't help but lick her lips as she scrutinized Sherfong. How interesting. So you are Zero Wing's guild leader? I wonder what would become of Zero Wing if I were to kill you now. Sangsha's words were like the devil's whispers, sending shivers down the spines of everyone present. Everyone felt as if a sharp sword was hanging over their heads, ready to fall and claim their lives at any moment. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3509. Chapter 583. Sweeping the Sky with One Slash. Chapter 3509. Chapter 583. Sweeping the Sky with One Slash. Chapter 583. Sweeping the sky with one slash. Following Sangsha's words, Firebull's anxiety levels promptly skyrocketed. Sangsha, no messing around. Firebull quickly advised when he saw Sangsha seemingly itching for a fight. I don't know what grudge you have with that young man, but you will cause all of us to die here if you act now. At this point, Firebull regarded Sangsha as if she were his ancestor. It wasn't simply because Sangsha possessed astonishing strength. It was also due to her unpredictable temperament. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she could be smiling at someone in one moment and killing them in the next. In fact, this had happened multiple times in 7 Luminaries Town, and the Fire Demon Party had already made many enemies in town because of Sangsha. Currently, they were about to engage a force of 1,000 Holy Race experts in battle. Even if it was just an aerial battle, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. If they were to start a fight with the Dawnlight Party in such a situation, it would undoubtedly lead to a nightmarish scenario. Others might not know of the Dawnlight Party's true strength, but as an old rival of the party, Firebull knew just how formidable the party was. It was especially so for the party's leader, Sky Pivot. Sky Pivot was so strong that if he disregarded caution and unleashed his full power, not even the top 10 experts of 7 Luminaries Town would dare to provoke him. The summoner class might seem to primarily rely on summoned creatures as their main method of attack, but Sky Pivot wasn't just a summoner. He was also a spirit controller. And while the spirit controller hidden class might not be considered a peak class, it was an advanced class that strongly complemented the summoner class. As a spirit controller, Sky Pivot could devour the souls of creatures to strengthen himself. When combined with his summoner class's ability to merge with his summoned creatures, Sky Pivot could easily transcend tiers. Normally, though, Sky Pivot would rarely ever use this move. Firebull only happened to see Sky Pivot using it once during their previous joint dungeon raid. If it wasn't for the Dawnlight Party being put at risk of annihilation, Sky Pivot might not have used that move at the time. While Firebull was anxiously keeping Sangsha in check, standing atop the illusory griffin, Moon Bamboo and the others instinctively drew their weapons and fixed their gazes on Sangsha with great caution. Who is this young lady? Why is her aura so terrifying? Moon Bamboo was greatly shocked by Sangsha's presence. If she didn't know any better, she would have thought she was facing a demon god. As an expert with Tier 6 intermediate concentration, Moon Bamboo could remain calm even if she faced a genuine Tier 6 god. Yet, even though she was currently facing a young lady of the same tier, her heart pounded with great anxiety. This was simply unbelievable. How many monsters are there hidden in the greater god's domain? Billowing Water was at a loss for words. Originally, she believed she had already reached the apex of the greater god's domain, thinking that few experts among the younger generation could rival her. However, upon arriving in the inland region of the western continent, her assumption was quickly proven wrong by Black Flame, ranked 11th on the Sacred Glory list. And now she was again proven wrong by Tsang Sha, whom she had never even heard of until today. Moreover, these unknown experts she encountered seemed to be getting younger and younger. While Moon Bamboo, Billowing Water, and the others were recovering from their shock, Tsang Sha suddenly retracted her imposing aura, transforming back into a harmless-looking girl. I was just playing a small joke with Big Brother Black Flame, leader. Why are you taking it so seriously? Tsang Sha said, chuckling softly as she looked at Fire Bull's nervous expression. A joke? Fire Bull looked at Tsang Sha's playful expression in exasperation. You nearly scared me to death. Just a moment ago, he was only a moment away from taking preemptive action against the Dawnlight Party. After all, Tsang Sha was a member of the Fire Demon Party. So long as she made a move, it would be equivalent to the Fire Demon Party making a move. And since they were going to engage in a battle with the Dawnlight Party, it was only natural for them to take the initiative and finish the fight before it could escalate. Otherwise, if Sky Pivot unleashed his full power, the Fire Demon Party would suffer significant losses. Rather than focus on me, I think we should prioritize dealing with the Holy Race experts first. Leader, Tsang Sha said as she looked at the Holy Race experts who were less than 200 yards away. True. Nodding, Fire Bull turned to Sky Pivot and said with a serious look, This is your last chance to submit, Pivot. Otherwise, we won't help you afterward. Aren't you being a little overconfident in yourself, Fire Bull? You'd be better off focusing your concern on yourself. Don't let me see you failing to even make it to the entrance later, Sky Pivot said, chuckling. While he did not know the exact strength of the current Fire Demon Party, he was well aware that the current Dawnlight Party was significantly stronger than before. In addition to 3 half-step Tier 6 players, the party also had Billowing Water, whose basic attributes had already reached the standard of Tier 6 players. With such a formidable lineup, breaking through the Holy Race's aerial encirclement would be a piece of cake. Let's go, leader, Tsang Sha said to Fire Bull after taking one last look at Sherfone. Since party leader Pivot has already made his decision, we will wait for the Dawnlight Party inside the city. Tsang Sha was personally interested in Black Flame and originally intended to eliminate him herself. However, when she thought about how she might risk exposing some of her strength, she decided to leave this matter for the Holy Race players to handle. All right then. Suit yourself, Firebull said as he looked at Sky Pivot's confident expression. Then he directed the Void Manta to fly toward the several dozen approaching flying mounts. A moment later, the Void Manta, under Firebull's control, abruptly turned into a blur and swiftly flew past the approaching Holy Race experts without attracting attention. It was as if none of the Holy Race players noticed the Fire Demon Party, and they simply let the party fly past their shoulders. What's going on? Moon Bamboo couldn't help but be dumbfounded by how easily the Fire Demon Party had gotten past the Holy Race experts. Why did those Holy Race experts let them pass just like that? A mental combat technique. That's a mental combat technique. She has actually mastered a high-ranking mental combat technique. No wonder Firebull was so confident. Sky Pivot exclaimed, "Who is this young lady?" Mental combat techniques were extremely rare in God's domain, their rarity comparable to fragmented divine artifacts. Some of the stronger mental combat techniques could even rival divine artifacts in rarity. As for the difficulty of mastering a mental combat technique, it was several times greater than mastering offensive and defensive gold combat techniques. However, so long as a player managed to master a mental combat technique, they'd be nigh invincible among players of the same tier. The Holy Race experts look furious, leader. I'm afraid it might be difficult for us to break through. Moon Bamboo commented when she saw how all of the approaching holy race experts had already unleashed their holy auras. It was obvious that the holy race experts had realized how the fire demon party had played them and were prepared to face another mental combat technique. What made holy race players stronger than human players was their mastery of holy aura. So long as they activated their holy auras, their strength would undergo a tremendous transformation. Even in a competition of raw strength, Moon Bamboo, who was a half-step Tier 6 Guardian Knight, would be outmatched. Splashing Fire and Budding Leaf also couldn't help but grow nervous. Previously, they had planned to take advantage of the holy race players' unpreparedness to swiftly break through. But now, all of the approaching holy race players had used their holy auras. In such a situation, their chances of breaking through became highly uncertain. Meanwhile, Firebull, who was close to reaching the city, couldn't help but chuckle when he turned back and saw the holy race experts closing in on the Dawnlight party. He had tried to advise Sky Pivot, but it's a pity the other party refused to heed his advice and conceitedly believed that he could break through the holy race army with just a couple of half-step Tier 6 players. However, as the Void Manta was about to reach the city walls, Firebull suddenly heard a deafening thunder echoing from behind him. Immediately afterward, the sky darkened and mana in the vicinity vanished completely. When Firebull turned around, he saw a swordsman standing at the edge of a patch of darkness. As for the 1,000 or so holy race experts who had been closing in on the Dawnlight party, they had all vanished from the sky as if they had never appeared. Goddess-ranked mana technique, sort of space. Let's head over as well, Sherfong said as he sheathed the Shadow Incinerator. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3510, Chapter 584, Tier 6 Realm? Chapter 3510, Chapter 584, Tier 6 Realm? Chapter 584, Tier 6 Realm? They're gone. 1,000 holy race experts disappeared just like that. The fire demon party's members, riding atop the Void Manta, gaped in shock as they looked at the empty sky behind them. That was a force of 1,000 Tier 5 holy race experts they were talking about. Faced with such a force, their party only dared to rely on a mental combat technique to slip by. As for facing the holy race experts in direct confrontation, that would simply be suicidal. Holy race players might not be proficient at ranged attacks, but so long as the several dozen flying mounts the holy race experts rode on could get within 100 yards of their party, it would promptly turn into a nightmarish scenario for their party. Tier 5 holy race players might similarly lack the ability to fly on the western continent as Tier 5 human players, but they could strengthen their physical bodies with holy aura, which would, in turn, allow them to jump across a distance of 100 yards easily. At that time, the holy race experts could use their flying mounts as a springboard to close the distance with their party and attack them. If any of their party members lacked sufficiently strong defensive capabilities, they would last no more than a few seconds against the holy race experts. Yet now the holy race experts, they feared, were knocked out of the sky by one of the Dawnlight party's newcomers in a single attack. None of the holy race experts managed to withstand the force of the newcomers' attacks. This was simply unbelievable. After all, these were Tier 5 holy race experts they were talking about. With their holy auras activated, these holy race experts would gain strength and defense vastly superior to human players. Yet, of the 1,000 holy race experts that approached the Dawnlight party, not even one managed to remain on their flying mounts. They were all heavily injured and knocked out of the sky. That damn Sky Pivot! Firebull was greatly shocked as he watched Sherfong sheath his sword. Where did he find such a monster? Firebull previously thought he had already lucked out significantly when he recruited Song Sha. But now, it turned out that one of the newcomers Sky Pivot recruited was even more monstrous. The feat of heavily injuring 1,000 Tier 5 Holy Race experts with one attack was something neither he nor Sky Pivot could accomplish, even if they went all out. If anyone could pull off such a feat, it would have to be the old monsters in 7 Luminaries Town, who were fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Has he reached the Tier 6 realm already? At this time, even Song Sha couldn't help but look at Shifeng in surprise. Very few human experts in 7 Luminaries Town had reached the Tier 6 realm. Each of these experts was fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and they rivaled Tier 6 Holy Race experts. Currently, in a situation where none of the players operating on the Western continent had reached Tier 6 yet, experts who had reached the Tier 6 realm undoubtedly stood at the apex among the Western continent's experts. Even the Holy Race's various powers wouldn't dare to provoke such existences casually. On the other side, Sky Pivot and the others also couldn't help but look at Shifeng in astonishment. In fact, the shock they experienced was even greater than what the Fire Demon Party's members experienced. The Tier 6 realm. I must be dreaming. Our party actually has an expert of the Tier 6 realm. Sky Pivot, Moon Bamboo, Budding Leaf, and Splashing Fire gaped in shock as they looked at Shifeng. Experts of the Tier 6 realm stood at the absolute apex of the current Western continent's players. Unlike the 4 of them who could only rival the Tier 6 human players outside the Eternal Realm, experts of the Tier 6 realm could rival Tier 6 Holy Race players. In the current situation where none of the Western continent's Holy Race experts had reached Tier 6 yet, a human expert of the Tier 6 realm could go unopposed on the Western continent. Even the Holy Race's expert teams would have to avoid these human experts. It would be akin to a group of Tier 5 human players outside the Eternal Realm coming across a Tier 6 human player. Even if the Tier 5 players had the advantage in numbers, there would be nothing more than a group of ants in front of the Tier 6 player. It wouldn't be difficult for the Tier 6 player to crush the group of Tier 5 players. How much strength has he kept hidden? Billowing Water was at a loss for words as she looked at Shifeng. Originally, she thought that after obtaining a bronze mana purification technique, she had reduced the gap in strength between her and Shifeng. She had even been confident that she could surpass Shifeng once she fully mastered the bronze purification technique. Yet, it turned out that her imagination couldn't be any further from reality. While she was preparing herself to die at the hands of the Holy Race experts, Shifeng heavily injured all 1,000 Holy Race experts with a single attack. Not only did the strength gap between them not reduce, but it had grown even larger instead. The city gates are open, leader. Let's quickly enter the city. It'd be the end of us if we get surrounded by the Holy Race's army, Shifeng said when he saw Sky Pivot still in shock. Contrary to Sky Pivot and the others' conclusion, Shifeng was not an expert of the Tier 6 realm. He also couldn't go up against the Holy Race's Tier 5 army alone. After upgrading his concentration to the Tier 6 advanced standard, it was true that he was able to reduce the time it took him to execute Sword of Space. And with the technique's ability to let him surpass the limits of Tier 5, it was only natural the Tier 5 Holy Race players failed to resist his attack. However, it remained a fact that he needed time to channel his strength to execute the technique. Previously, the Holy Race expert's approach had given him ample time to execute Sword of Space. The fact that they came in a single direction also made it convenient for him to target them all. But had the Holy Race experts approached from all directions, he would only be able to strike down a portion of them, and he wouldn't have the time needed to execute Sword of Space a second time before he came under attack. And if several hundred Tier 5 Holy Race experts attacked him, Shifeng doubted he would fare any better than Sky Pivot. Right, let's hurry on over. Sky Pivot snapped out of his daze and hurriedly directed the illusory griffin to fly over to the city gates. Divine scripts and runes covered the towering city, hovering above the plain of Fallen God's central region, and they protected the city from trespassers. If players wished to enter the city, they could only do so via the gates, which were devoid of any divine scripts and runes. Currently, the gates were open, and the Holy Race players had yet to establish a proper defensive network, so it was the perfect opportunity for them to enter the city. But if they dragged their feet and allowed the Holy Race's army to set up a defensive network, they shouldn't think of entering the city anymore. At that time, not even a force of multiple experts of the Tier 6 realm should think of barging into the city. Meanwhile, after the Dawnlight Party slipped into the city, the Holy Race experts who were knocked out of the sky started to cause a commotion on the ground. Our luck is simply terrible, Commander Heads. We didn't complete even one of the tasks Lord Thunder assigned us. What are the chances that we would meet an expert who has mastered an extremely powerful mental attack and an expert of the Tier 6 realm? If the other legions learn of this, they'll probably laugh their heads off, a level 163 team leader of the Holy Race said in exasperation as he watched the Fire Demon Party and Dawnlight Party flying into the nameless city. Royal Thunder was of extraordinary origins, and countless players wished to get into his good graces. Yet, even though their legion had secured a good opportunity to perform, they ended up wasting it. Our luck is terrible. The middle-aged man who Royal Thunder previously tasked to eliminate the surrounding human parties suddenly laughed as he watched Sherfoam disappear into the city. Then he said, "I don't think so at all. On the contrary, I think we are incredibly lucky. That man is no expert of the Tier 6 realm." We're lucky? And how is that man not an expert of the Tier 6 realm? His sword heavily injured all of our brothers. Had we not joined our holy auras together in time, that attack might have killed us all, another team leader said in confusion. That attack has naturally reached the Tier 6 realm. Smiling, the middle-aged man named 100 Heads said, but the mana usage method of that attack is very similar to that of primordial gods. So, I suspect he has obtained the primordial god-ranked mana technique that those big shots have always wanted. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3511, Chapter 585, City Treasury. Chapter 3511, Chapter 585, City Treasury, Chapter 585, City Treasury, a primordial, god-ranked mana technique? Are you sure you're not mistaken, Commander Heads? I heard that the humans have hardly any saint-ranked mana techniques, while primordial, god-ranked mana techniques are no different than myths to them. When the team leaders of the Legion, led by 100 Heads, heard his conjecture, they quickly voiced their doubts. The Holy Race and the human race might be from different factions and completely different worlds, but the Holy Race still had a certain degree of understanding regarding the human race. Meanwhile, according to their understanding, saint-ranked mana techniques were considered by humans to be the best mana techniques available, whereas primordial, god-ranked mana techniques didn't even exist for humans. Otherwise, human players wouldn't be so weak on average. No, I'm certain the attack he used is a primordial, god-ranked mana technique. 100 Heads firmly stated. Have any of you recorded the battle just now? I'm going to send it to Lord Thunder. I did, but will you send it to Lord Thunder, Commander? Wouldn't we be in for dire consequences if it turns out not to be a primordial, god-ranked mana technique? A team leader voiced his concerns anxiously. While the mana techniques created by the humans' primordial gods could only be used by human players, the strength of primordial gods was evident. In a one-on-one situation, not even their holy ancestors could be a match for the humans' primordial gods. So, one could say that primordial gods were extremely skilled in using their available strength. It was also why the Holy Race's many powers had offered lavish rewards for anyone who could get their hands on the humans' primordial, god-ranked mana techniques. These powers intended to use these mana techniques as a reference to enhance their holy power usage. However, primordial, god-ranked mana techniques were simply too difficult to come by. Even after scouring the entirety of their own greater god's domain, they failed to find even a trace of a primordial, God-ranked mana technique. Hence, if they were to present a clue that could reliably lead to the procurement of a primordial God-ranked mana technique, they would have made a huge accomplishment. And should this clue lead to the acquisition of an actual primordial God-ranked mana technique, the various powers would definitely reward them handsomely. But conversely, if the clue provided was false, they should also be prepared to face the wrath of the various powers. "Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility," 100 Heads stated after he obtained the battle video from one of his subordinates. Then he proceeded to forward it to Royal Thunder without hesitation. At the same time, he mentally added, "But I'll also take full credit for it." On a certain street lined with ancient buildings forged completely out of steel, several Holy Race legions were currently engaged in heated combat with several half-snaken monsters. Many of these half-snaken monsters were at the Tier 5 legendary rank, and even the weakest among them was a Tier 4 superior mythic. Their levels also ranged from upwards of 170, and their numbers exceeded 10,000. These half-snakekins would also come together to fight using combination combat techniques, making it difficult for even individual and small parties of Tier 5 players to fight them. However, under the might of the Holy Race's several Tier 5 legions, the half-snakekin army quickly shrunk in size. How interesting! One of the humans from just now actually possesses a primordial God-ranked mana technique. Royal Thunder, who was commanding the battle from the rear, said with a smile after reading a report he just received. A primordial God-ranked mana technique. Extreme Feather, standing next to Royal Thunder, revealed a look of interest when she heard the other party's words. "Is the report accurate, Your Highness?" Seeing as 100 Heads decided to send me this message, he must be very confident in his judgment, Royal Thunder said. Then he turned to Extreme Feather and asked, "Why, has your interest finally been piqued?" "You jest, Your Highness. How can anybody not be interested in a primordial, God-ranked mana technique?" Extreme Feather responded, "Do you want me to go and capture the person for you now?" "It's not an urgent matter," Royal Thunder said, waving his hand. "According to the report, the human named Black Flame has already entered the city. In that case, he must have been randomly teleported to somewhere in the city. This zone is special, so it will be difficult for the humans to leave, even if they want to. Not to mention, Black Flame is an expert of the Tier 6 realm. I don't doubt he and his party can traverse the city so long as they are careful, so it is only a matter of time before we encounter them. It won't be too late to capture him when that happens." Extreme Feather nodded in agreement. Of the groups that had entered the nameless city, the Legion directly under Royal Thunder's command should be the only group capable of taking down an expert of the Tier 6 realm. The other Powers Legions would be helpless against an expert of such caliber, so there would be no need to fear that Black Flame's party might get killed by other Holy Race legions. In addition, the Nameless City was a special zone that allowed players to leave via the designated exit found in the city's depths. If players couldn't find the exit, they would be trapped in the city for the rest of their lives, and not even in death could they leave the city. Thus, so long as their legion blockaded the city's exit, they were bound to be able to intercept Black Flame's party. Meanwhile, as Royal Thunder had predicted, the Dawnlight Party was currently cautiously making its way deeper into the city. "The monsters here feel endless. We can't even finish a wave before another one comes at us," Splashing Fire complained, his scalp tingling when he saw another group of several hundred half-snaken monsters charging at their party. "We'll die from exhaustion at this rate." "Don't complain and be grateful, Fire," Moon Bamboo, who was fighting against a legendary-ranked half-snaken chieftain, said to Splashing Fire. "It is only thanks to Guild Leader Black Flame that we can enter the city. The drop rate of these monsters is more than double that of the monsters outside. There are also no Holy Race players here to harass us. Even if we end up dying a dozen times here, we will still end up making a huge profit once we leave." Everyone else nodded in agreement. Normally, They would be forcibly teleported back to the Eternal Continent if they were to die on the Western Continent. However, when they entered this nameless city, they were informed that they would be resurrected inside the city should they die in the city. This point alone already made it worthwhile for them to face the endless hordes of monsters. Not to mention, the monsters inside the city had a significantly higher drop rate. Even though they had only killed a few waves of half-snake monsters thus far, they had already acquired 1 combat secret treasure and several common secret treasures. They had even obtained as many as 2 common mana purification techniques. Common purification techniques might be widely available in 7 Luminaries Town, but they were far from worthless. At present, players seeking to exchange a common purification technique would have to fork out a combat secret treasure. The average party would also need 3 or 4 days to get its hands on a common purification technique. In contrast, their party had already obtained 2 common purification techniques and 1 combat secret treasure after just 10 minutes of grinding. "We won't have to worry about dying from exhaustion," Sherfong said as he joined the conversation. Then, while observing the surrounding half-snake monsters, he continued, "Half-snakikins are nocturnal, and their senses are heightened at night. So long as we persist until daylight, we should be able to eliminate a wave of these monsters before another wave discovers us." Half-snakikins weren't particularly rare monsters in God's domain, so everyone quickly recalled the habits of half-snakikins after hearing Sherfeng's explanation, and they couldn't help but sigh in relief. This meant that so long as they rested during the day, they should have no trouble surviving in the city. Subsequently, time passed, and 5 days went by in the blink of an eye. Throughout these 5 days, the Dawnlight Party ceaselessly fought at night and rested during the day to recover their stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, not only did every party member level up to 163 and beyond, but the party also obtained over 200 combat secret treasures and over 1,000 common secret treasures. In addition, the party also obtained over 70 common purification techniques and 6 bronze purification techniques. Even after evenly distributing the loot, every party member still managed to fully equip themselves with combat secret treasures. "Brother Black Flame, I think I found the city's treasury." Sky Pivot, who was in the midst of scouting the city via his summons, suddenly said in the party chat, "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 3512, Chapter 586, Level 180 Gorgon Queen. Chapter 3512, Chapter 586, Level 180 Gorgon Queen. Chapter 586, Level 180 Gorgon Queen. "The city's treasury? Did you really find it, leader?" When the others in the Dawnlight Party heard Sky Pivot's words, they promptly perked up their ears, not wanting to miss out on anything important. They had gained a massive harvest in the past 5 days, which was easily more than they had gained over the past 2 months of exploration. If they were to show up in the current 7 Luminaries Town, fully equipped in combat secret treasures, they would instantly become the center of attention. Not to mention, they could also use their excess secret treasures and mana purification techniques to trade with the 7 Luminaries Alliance. It should be known that the 7 Luminaries Alliance was incredibly wealthy. So long as they could provide sufficient secret treasures and mana purification techniques, they could even exchange legendary weapons and equipment. Of course, they wouldn't do such a thing, as they all belonged to organizations. Obtaining secret treasures on the Western continent might be relatively easy, but it was a completely different situation on the Eternal Continent. On the current Eternal Continent, even a single common secret treasure could cause the various powers' core experts to lose their minds. If each of them were to bring back a haul of several hundred common secret treasures to their respective organizations, they would definitely cause a massive uproar. Not to mention, they would also be bringing back multiple combat secret treasures. However, if they were talking about the city's treasury, the harvest they obtained in the past 5 days would most likely be pitiful in comparison. In God's domain, any city's treasury represented the entire city's wealth. The value of the items inside easily outstripped the items that monsters could drop. Simply acquiring a city's treasure could allow a power to prosper and grow stronger. "I'm not entirely sure," Sky Pivot said after taking a deep breath. "I found an underground chamber that's sealed by divine scripts and runes through my shadow rats. There are also 1,000 legendary ranked half-snaken chieftains and 100 regional boss-ranked half-snaken generals guarding the entrance." 1,000 chieftains and 100 generals? Heavens, is this a nest of bosses? Splashing Fire gasped. Normally, it would take a team or party of highly skilled experts just to raid one regional boss. Moreover, regional bosses would typically only operate solo or with a group of underlings. It was simply unheard of for 100 regional bosses to be in the same location. "If that's the case, the sealed chamber should be the city's treasury," Billowing Water said, feeling that Sky Pivot's judgment should be on the mark. It wasn't uncommon for the various powers to raid monster-infested cities. Meanwhile, the treasuries of these cities would usually be guarded by multiple bosses. The only difference between those cities and this nameless city was that this city's treasury had many, many more bosses guarding it. "What should we do? Should we give it a try?" Budding Leaf asked. "Of course." Moon Bamboo stated firmly. Any city's treasury would contain an astronomical wealth, let alone a city left behind by a divine kingdom. The items contained in this nameless city's treasury would most likely be beyond measure. Sherfong also nodded in agreement with Moon Bamboo. Although he had already achieved his goal of coming to the plane of fallen gods, now that the opportunity to secure this nameless city's treasury was presented before him, he naturally had to give it a try. "Okay, I'll lead the way." Sky Pivot stopped hesitating when he saw that everyone was in agreement. Nameless City Underground Passage. Under Sky Pivot's lead, the party traversed the city's underground network without encountering any monsters and arrived at an underground plaza after just 3 short hours. Currently, though, the underground plaza that was the size of several sports stadiums was occupied by 10,000 Holy Race experts, and these experts were methodically eliminating the 100 half-snaken generals. "Damn it, the Holy Race got here ahead of us." Splashing Fire softly cursed with a look of reluctance when he saw that all half-snaken chieftains were dead, and the surviving half-snaken generals had little HP remaining. Had they arrived when the Holy Race was in a stalemate with the monsters, they could have still taken the opportunity to cause chaos or perhaps even cause both sides to suffer severe losses. But now that the battle's outcome had already been decided, they would have to face the wrath of 10,000 Holy Race experts. Moreover, they would have to do so well grounded this time, as expected of the Holy Race. Their overall strength is far superior to that of human players, Sherfong thought as he observed the Holy Race experts in the underground plaza. In his previous life, Holy Race players were much stronger than human players on average. This wasn't simply because Holy Race players had access to holy power. Besides that, Holy Race players were also much better at utilizing their holy power than humans were at utilizing mana. In addition, the population of Holy Race players was much larger than human players. Now, seeing the Holy Race experts on the underground plaza, he gained a better understanding of the Holy Race's situation. It would seem that the Holy Race players weren't just stronger than human players on average. They also had a very obvious superiority in numbers regarding fifth-floor experts. Of the Holy Race teams gathered on the plaza, at least 10% of each team's members were at the fifth-floor standard. On the human side, even the various apex powers would have difficulty fielding such teams. Aside from special exceptions, apex powers could only afford to have one fifth-floor expert leading each of their 100-man elite teams on average. However, of the Holy Race players gathered on the plaza, the majority of them only came from ordinary powers among the Holy Race. At best, these powers were equivalent to the human's ordinary hegemonic powers. What a coincidence, Pivot. You guys made it here as well. Suddenly, a wild and deep voice entered the ears of the Dawnlight Party's members. A moment later, a translucent silhouette appeared not far away from the team, and it belonged to none other than Firebull, the leader of the Fire Demon Party. You guys are as good at hiding as always, Firebull, Sky Pivot commented when he saw Firebull and the rest of the Fire Demon Party suddenly appearing out of nowhere. It's a pity that neither of us is fated to have this treasury. Even if you came when the fight just started, it wouldn't have mattered, Firebull said, nonchalantly shaking his head. Then he shifted his gaze toward an expressionless woman standing on the plaza and continued. Do you see that beauty single-handedly suppressing a half-snake-in general over there? So long as she's here, none of us stand a chance. Is she very strong? Billowing Water asked as she followed Firebull's gaze out of curiosity. Strong. Firebull looked at Billowing Water in exasperation. The word strong doesn't come anywhere close to describing her. She was previously responsible for single-handedly annihilating the team led by one of 7 Luminaries' town's old monsters. That's not your average 20-man team we are talking about. That's one of the town's top 3 teams. Even the team's weakest member is at the half-step Tier 6 standard. Yet, even the whole team working together failed to survive against that woman. Moreover, from what I heard, nobody on the team survived more than one move against her. She annihilated such a team by herself. Billowing Water was shocked. So, she's Extreme Feather, the Angel of Death? When Moon Bamboo looked at the expressionless woman on the plaza, she disgruntledly said, But so what if she is? How would we know if we can't gain anything if we don't give it a try? So long as the regional bosses die, the treasury seal will be lifted. We are already inside a city zone. Once the seal is lifted, we can simply charge into the treasury, grab an item, teleport away with a random teleportation scroll, and quickly locate the exit. If we do that, how can she, a Holy Race player who can't use any skills or spells, catch up to us? Because Holy Race players utilized holy power instead of mana, they lacked the means to achieve instant teleportation. So long as their mana didn't get sealed, they could easily escape from Extreme Feather and the other Holy Race players. All right. Firebull exclaimed in realization. How can I forget they lack the means to stop us from teleporting? So long as we use a random teleportation scroll, we can easily escape. Following Moon Bamboo's words, everyone present quickly came to a realization and simultaneously turned to the now unsealed treasury, excitement filling their eyes. While they might not be able to monopolize the entire treasury, they could still make a fortune if they could obtain some of the treasury's items. Immediately, Sky Pivot, Firebull, and everyone else took out a Tier 4 random teleportation scroll from their bags. They were ready to charge into the treasury and activate the scroll at a moment's notice. However, before Sky Pivot and the others could take action, a lithe figure with a serpent's tail suddenly slithered out of the unsealed treasury's doors. Upon seeing this lithe figure, everyone, including the Holy Race players intending to rush into the treasury, froze and shuddered. This was because the monster that came out of the treasury was nothing like the half-snake-in monsters that guarded the treasury. Instead, it was a level 180, Tier 6 divine monster, a Gorgon Queen. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3513. Chapter 587, Primordial Godkin. Chapter 3513. Chapter 587, Primordial Godkin. Chapter 587, Primordial Godkin Impossible. Why is a Primordial Godkin here? When Sky Pivot and Firebull saw the lithe figure that emerged from the treasury, their jaws dropped, and their minds couldn't help but doubt what their eyes were seeing. Gorgon Queen, Primordial Godkin, Divine level 180 HP. Gorgons were descendants of gods. However, they weren't particularly rare in the greater God's domain. The Gorgon race even occupied an entire realm to themselves, and said realm was currently one of the 12 sanctuaries. In terms of life rating, the Gorgons were only slightly inferior to dragons and evenly matched with angels. Because of this, any Gorgon that successfully reached the Tier 6 divine rank would instantly become an opponent that most Tier 6 players would actively avoid. As for Gorgon queens who inherited the bloodline of primordial gods, they were regarded as primordial godkins and possessed talent far above other Gorgons. Needless to say, Gorgon queens were extraordinarily powerful. They were so powerful that one of them was even regarded as one of the greater gods' domain's 22 taboos. How dare you insignificant ants set your sights on my race's treasures? I will let all of you know the severity of your sins. The Gorgon queen bellowed as she glared at the holy race players before her. Immediately afterward, an invisible ripple of energy spread from her. When the ripple spread across the plaza, nearly 90% of the holy race players on the underground plaza collapsed on the spot. Then their bodies quickly turned to stone and disintegrated into dust. This abrupt development dumbfounded the remaining holy race players. It should be known that everyone present had seen Tier 6 divine monsters before. Yet, even with their experience, they still couldn't comprehend what they just witnessed. With only her gaze, the Gorgon queen had erased nearly 10,000 Tier 5 experts. How could this even be within the realm of feasibility? What an incredible mental attack! Sure Fong was greatly shocked when he saw the thousands of holy race experts turning to dust. He had slain Tier 6 Gorgons in his previous life, but none of them could even come close to matching the Gorgon queen before him. With just one mental attack, the Gorgon queen had annihilated all players whose concentration was under the Tier 6 intermediate standard. Moreover, this was only an AoE mental attack. Her single-target mental attacks would undoubtedly be much more powerful. Have fun by yourself. That Gorgon queen isn't something my party can handle at this point. Firebull said to Sky Pivot before hurriedly activating his random teleportation scroll. When he saw how effortlessly the Gorgon queen had annihilated thousands of holy race experts, he dared not remain in this place for even a moment longer. We're leaving as well. Sky Pivot promptly said in the party chat, all of us will be at risk of permanent death if that Gorgon queen notices us. Hearing Sky Pivot's command, Moon Bamboo, Budding Leaf, Splashing Fire, and Billowing Water did not hesitate to activate the random teleportation scrolls in their hands. After seeing the Gorgon queen's display of power, none dared to try their luck anymore. Mental attacks were largely similar to soul attacks in God's domain. In other words, mental attacks could be used to damage souls. Meanwhile, if players had their souls annihilated, they would have to bid goodbye to God's domain forever. With such high stakes, nobody would dare to bet whether the Gorgon queen could annihilate their souls. The surviving holy race experts were no different in this regard, and many chose to retreat without hesitation. Damn it! Extreme Feather cursed angrily when she saw the other powers' experts fleeing. Unfortunately, despite her anger, she could do nothing about this situation. We should quickly retreat as well, Miss Feather, a level 165 holy race expert anxiously advised when he saw the gloomy look on Extreme Feather. The surviving experts might be able to survive the Gorgon queen's AoE mental attacks, but the Gorgon queen definitely wasn't limited to such attacks. She undoubtedly possessed much stronger targeted mental attacks. As for whether they could resist these targeted mental attacks, only a fool would try to test it. After looking at her anxious subordinates, Extreme Feather gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone retreat!" Upon hearing Extreme Feather's call for retreat, the remaining holy race players sighed in relief. For a moment there, they had been incredibly worried Extreme Feather would command them to throw their lives away. Immediately, the surviving holy race players scattered and fled from the underground plaza. none daring to stay here even a moment longer. You want to escape? When the Gorgon Queen saw the holy race players fleeing, a contemptuous look appeared on her beautiful face. Do you think I'll let you? Moving her serpent tail, the Gorgon Queen slithered toward the remaining 1,000 or so holy race experts like a bolt of lightning. Every holy race expert she slithered past, turning to stone on the spot. The Gorgon Queen didn't have to lift even a finger to petrify the fleeing players. She simply wasn't an existence that Tier 5 players could hope to resist. Let's give it a try. Sure Feng thought when he saw the Gorgon Queen hunting down the remaining holy race players. Immediately, he equipped the Mental Dominator title and charged toward the treasury. Even though he had never fought a Gorgon Queen before, he was still more or less aware of their capabilities. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that players would die on the first exchange if they didn't have sufficiently high concentration. Even if players possessed heaven-defying basic attributes, it still wouldn't matter. Normally, players would need to have Tier 6 advanced concentration at the very minimum to go up against a Tier 6 Gorgon Queen. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be qualified to stand before a Tier 6 Gorgon Queen, let alone fight one. They would simply be petrified on the spot. Currently, Shifeng's concentration had already reached the Tier 6 advanced standard. If he utilized mental condensation, he could push it slightly above the average mark of the Tier 6 advanced standard. And once he factored in the Mental Dominator's title effect of weakening all mental attacks he received by 20%, he should have no trouble resisting the Gorgon Queen's targeted mental attacks. How dare he? Extreme Feather, in her escape, noticed Shifeng charging for the treasury, and this discovery instantly filled her with rage. After all, it was evident that Shifeng was utilizing them as distractions for the Gorgon Queen. Despicable ant. That's not a place you can set foot in. The Gorgon Queen also noticed Shifeng's actions, and true rage colored her eyes for the first time. Immediately, she gave up chasing after the several dozen holy race experts before her and turned around to go after Shifeng instead. Good. Extreme Feather inwardly celebrated when she saw the Gorgon Queen going away. Not once in her life had anybody dared to take advantage of her. If not for the threat of the Gorgon Queen, she would have definitely taken care of Shifeng herself. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3514. Chapter 588. War Goddess vs. Gorgon Queen. Chapter 3514. Chapter 588. War Goddess vs. Gorgon Queen. Chapter 588. War Goddess vs. Gorgon Queen. The underground plaza was spacious, but Shifeng wouldn't need more than 3 seconds to cross it and reach the treasury, thanks to his basic attributes having reached the Tier 6 standard. Despicable ant. Die. But when Shifeng was only halfway to reaching the treasury, the Gorgon Queen suddenly appeared next to him as if she had just teleported. And she looked at him with a pair of eyes that seemed like it could pierce the soul and mesmerize anything in the world. At this moment, even while standing nearly 700 yards away, Extreme Feather could feel her soul shuddering. Without a doubt, the mental attack the Gorgon Queen used this time was on a completely different level than the one she used previously. In fact, the mental attack had instantly petrified the several dozen holy race experts within a 200-yard radius of the Gorgon Queen. However, what happened next caused Extreme Feather's eyes to go wide. Impossible. Extreme Feather couldn't help but doubt her eyes when she saw Shifeng pausing for only a moment before continuing his charge toward the treasury. Based on her senses, Extreme Feather felt that there was a huge possibility the Gorgon Queen's second mental attack could petrify even her. The experts petrified by the Gorgon Queen also served as a good measurement. Each of those petrified experts possessed concentration at the Tier 6 intermediate standard. It was also why they had survived the Gorgon Queen's first mental attack, while those who only possessed Tier 6 basic concentration didn't. Now, though, these experts with Tier 6 intermediate concentration had died after merely getting struck by the ripples of the Gorgon Queen's second mental attack. Even though Extreme Feather had Tier 6 advanced concentration, she highly doubted she could survive if she were the target of such an attack. And even if she could survive it, she would most likely be put in a daze for a long time. Yet, what was up with Sherfong? Despite being the target of the Gorgon Queen's single-target mental attack, Sherfong only froze briefly before he resumed charging toward the treasury. He made it seem as if the Gorgon Queen's mental attack was only a tickle that only managed to distract him for a moment. The attack utterly failed to cause any substantial harm to him. At this moment, Extreme Feather wasn't the only one stunned by this outcome. The Gorgon Queen similarly did not expect her attack to have so little effect, and she was so surprised that she forgot to chase after Sherfong right away. As for Sherfong, he kept on dashing for the treasury with a frantically beating heart. Almost, for a moment there, Sherfong nearly had his consciousness dragged out of his body and lost control over his body. Fortunately, he had instinctively used the mental condensation technique taught to him by the primordial abyssal god at the very last moment, which, in turn, dragged his separating consciousness back into his body. Despicable ant. You won't get a second chance. When the Gorgon Queen saw Sherfong crossing the treasury's doors, a layer of gloom colored her beautiful face, and the temperature of her surroundings instantly rose by 100 degrees. Immediately, she slithered after Sherfong, rapidly reducing the distance between them. At the same time, she summoned 2 crescent blades into her hands and transformed them into an illusory behemoth that tried to devour Sherfong with its gaping maw. Upon seeing this scene, the escaping Holy Race experts shuddered in fear. The shock they experienced from witnessing this scene was also 100 times greater than when they saw the Gorgon Queen instantly killing thousands of their companions. A gold holy art. Extreme Feather gasped when she saw the illusory behemoth that was 1,000 meters tall. Holy arts were unique to Holy Race players. They were similar to the combat techniques of human players, and they could be categorized into 3 ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. Holy arts were incredibly difficult to use. Because of this, players who could make use of bronze holy arts would already be considered experts among Holy Race players, while those who mastered a silver holy arts would be treated as core members if they joined a power. As for gold holy arts, they were so complex that even Extreme Feather had only mastered one thus far. However, in exchange for their complexity, gold holy arts were incredibly powerful, and Extreme Feather couldn't even begin to imagine how powerful one could be in the hands of a monster of the Gorgon Queen's caliber. War Goddess Summoning. Heroic Pledge. When Sherfong sensed the behemoth appearing behind him, he promptly activated the Feather of Oath skills without hesitation. He did not dare attempt to endure the Gorgon Queen's attack himself. Unlike everyone else present, he was the Gorgon Queen's primary target. When the Gorgon Queen summoned the illusory behemoth, she also launched a mental attack at him. In such a situation, he was already fortunate he could retain his consciousness. He didn't have any spare energy to retaliate against the illusory behemoth. Subsequently, a Tier 6 war goddess appeared between him and the illusory behemoth, and she stabbed at the behemoth with the spear she wielded, the weapon expanding in size as it closed in on the behemoth. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the entire underground plaza and created a hole through the roof of the plaza, the hole extending all the way to the surface. The explosion also gave everyone present a mild concussion. He blocked it? When Extreme Feather saw Sherfong standing inside the treasury unharmed, she couldn't help but be greatly shocked. She never thought the Gorgon Queen would fail to kill Sherfong time and again. Moreover, even the war goddess summoned by Sherfong had only stumbled a few steps back after blocking the Gorgon Queen's attack. 1 item, 2 items, 3 items. In the blink of an eye, Sherfong had already moved several items from the treasury into his bag space. the sight causing the Gorgon Queen's gaze to turn even colder. Despicable ant! Do you think a war goddess is enough to stop me? The Gorgon Queen bellowed. Disappear from this world. After saying so, the Gorgon Queen began chanting an incantation composed using an ancient language, her voice echoing throughout the entire nameless city. Immediately afterward, both the nameless city's mana and holy power began gathering around the Gorgon Queen. Tier 6 Superspell Chaos Spear. When Sherfong sensed the frightening amount of energy gathered around the Gorgon Queen, he understood that he was about to overstay his welcome. Immediately, he took out a Tier 4 random teleportation scroll and used it to teleport out of the nameless city. However, even after teleporting out of the treasury, Sherfong still wasn't assured, and he promptly used world-breaking teleportation to return to the Eternal Continent's Crystal City of Secrets, thoroughly vanishing from the Western continent. At the same time Sherfong disappeared from the treasury, the Gorgon Queen also finished the final verse of her incantation. Subsequently, a spear radiating the aura of death formed in her hand, and she threw the spear at the location where Sherfong previously stood in the treasury. When the Chaos Spear arrived at where Sherfong disappeared from, it traced the spatial ripples in the area and instantly appeared at the location where Sherfong had randomly teleported to. Immediately afterward, it followed the spatial ripples there and disappeared once again. The next time the Chaos Spear appeared, it had already arrived above the Crystal City of Secrets. Following its appearance, a mighty aura of death enveloped the entire Crystal City, causing all players within the city to shudder in shock and fear. Before the Crystal City's players could react, the Chaos Spear fell from the sky. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.